Our guests always come first. Visit LexingtonHotels.com today. It didn't take long for scammers to try to take advantage of our generosity after the Orlando massacre. For people who want to find another way to help the victims and their families, especially financially, there are plenty of challenges. MarketWatch has a few tips to keep in mind when thinking about donating in the aftermath of the Orlando terror attack or any tragedy. Number one, it says, look out for online scams. The BBB, an organization that provides information about and accredits businesses and charities, said in a news release that it's already heard about clickbait schemes and questionable solicitations claiming to be for Orlando families. Number two, it says donate directly through the city of Orlando. For that, visit oneorlando.org, and that's ONE1, oneorlando.org. Number three, be aware that not all donations are tax deductible. Number four, continue to donate blood after a tragedy. Organizations that process blood donations need time to do so, which means donating blood in the aftermath of a tragedy usually helps to just replenish blood donation supplies, but not necessarily send blood directly to victims. That'll do it for this hour. For Jennifer Kashinka, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
The real estate market can be tricky to navigate. The only edge to help you get ahead is knowledge and experience. And Real Estate Revealed is that edge. Heard Sunday mornings at 8 and hosted by Randy Marcella. Real Estate Revealed uncovers truths about the real estate market with an entire team of experts. Their real estate power allows them to present their experiences to benefit you before your next transaction. Real Estate Revealed, Sunday mornings at 8 on AM 560. The Answer.
There once was a boy wizard whose name was Larry Smarter.
Larry, why weren't you in Professor Dinky Doodle's mythical creature classification class?
Well, I'm taking Algebra 2 in a foreign language.
Oh, so you can talk to unicorns?
Not exactly, unless they're French.
Larry wanted to go to college, so he visited knowhowtogo.org to find the classes he really needed. Getting into college doesn't happen magically. Learn more at knowhowtogo.org.
Brought to you by the American Council on Education, Lumina Foundation for Education, and the Ad Council.
What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got The Answer. AM 560. The Answer. WIND. Chicago.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. A different kind of nightmare in Orlando. A little boy at a Disney resort with his family in Nebraska dragged away by an alligator, and he's still missing this morning.
We have marine units out on boats. There's an alligator trapper that's out there.
Orange County Sheriff Jerry Demings, how did it happen at the Grand Floridian?
Witnesses say they were enjoying an outdoor movie night, setting up a picnic near the Seven Seas Lagoon, a man-made lake between the resort and Walt Disney World. Police say the 2-year-old boy and his father, they were splashing their feet around in the lake when out of nowhere the gator snatched the boy right up, violently pulling him into the water. The mother and father then jumping into action, doing their best to try to save their little boy.
That's Fox's Jackie Ibanez. Survivors of the Orlando gay nightclub massacre keep telling their stories.
And I could see piles of bodies laying over the toilet seat and slumped over, and the bottom of the toilet was just covered with handprints and blood.
That's Patience Carter. 6 of those wounded are still in critical condition. In the probe into the shooting, Omar Mateen's wife Nora is being investigated.
She could now be charged with 49 counts of murder, 53 counts of attempted murder, failure to notify federal officials of an impending terrorist attack. The thought is that she actually knew of her husband's plans and could have prevented them, knew of his gun purchases as well, and did nothing about it.
Fox's Leland Vittert in Orlando. A 16-year-old's dead in Oakland, California. She was shot in a downtown area last night along with 3 others who were wounded. It happened during a vigil for someone who drowned last year. Primary season is over. Washington, D.C. voters cast the final ballots, giving Hillary Clinton one last Democratic victory. She got 79% of the vote. Bernie Sanders got just 21. Then the two met for 90 minutes. Before that sit-down, Sanders said,
"What this fight has always been about is transforming America."
After the meeting, Clinton's campaign called it a positive discussion. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Thunderstorms and 71 degrees. Winds are out of the south at 10, and we have flash flooding across the area this morning, targeting DuPage County. In fact, targeting Elmhurst this morning, Route 83 and North Avenue, and there are other spots that are seeing either high winds or the very heavy rain this morning. It is a traffic problem. Details with Jim Talamonte coming up in just a moment. Meantime, this morning, charges are pending against a man who was captured on video being kicked in the head by a Chicago police officer during his arrest. Authorities say Shaquille O'Neal was taken into custody after police found 3 bags of heroin on his person. His lawyers believes charging his client is the police department's way of covering up use of excessive force.
In my opinion, these are covered charges to cover for what these police officers did, which is the brutal stomping of Mr. Neal in the head.
The officer has been stripped of his police powers for the moment and placed on desk duty. Authorities say they busted a major heroin ring in southeast Wisconsin, with its hands on Chicago as well. The U.S. Attorney for Eastern Wisconsin, Gregory Honstead, says 18 have been charged in a new federal indictment with conspiring to distribute heroin. 17 defendants have been arrested in Milwaukee, Kenosha, and the city of Chicago. No one hurt following a small gas line explosion downtown. Construction crews hit an old line yesterday near State and Madison. Nearby streets were shut down for several hours. The FBI apparently warned the Chicago Police Department hours before it released a video of a white officer shooting a black teen, Laquan McDonald, 16 times, that gang members were plotting to ambush officers. In an email sent November 24th, the same day the video was released, the FBI says the department was sent a confidential memo on an informant who said gang members were planning ambushes outside a West Side police station. Governor Bruce Rauner's administration wants to bypass a legal recommendation in order to expedite resolution of its case on whether negotiations have stalled between the state and the largest workers' union. Rauner's administration says a quick resolution will save Illinois $40 million a month in higher health insurance costs for those workers. Albert Almora Jr.'s double in the ninth inning gave the Cubs a 4-3 win over the Nationals last night. Tigers beat the still skidding White Sox 11-8. The news service of Cici's Pizza. Can you believe it? Cici's now has 3 stuffed crust pizzas, original pepperoni, new pretzel, and new bacon stuffed. Try them all and your other Cici's favorites for just $5 and change. The Cici's buffet just got better, believe it. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager believes the GOP is missing a huge opportunity.
That has been the great failure of the Republican Party, not to talk about the damage the left does. They talk about individuals, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, doesn't mean a thing. If you support the left, you are supporting the damaging, perhaps irreparably, of the society. I know you mean well, and it doesn't matter.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
You can hit it, run into it, knock it over, and it still won't fall over. What is this, you ask? It's the Wobble Light by ProBuild. It's a self-righting, portable, and virtually indestructible industrial work light. Ideal for applications requiring temporary high-output lighting for construction, manufacturing, utility, and much, much more. The Wobble Light, the brainchild of ProBuilt Professional Lighting, is the only self-right job site light available in the market. If you're in an industry that requires professional-grade portable lighting, turn to Chicago's very own ProBuilt Professional Lighting, manufacturers of portable job site lighting, designed for the pros. To view their catalog and much more, visit ProBuiltLighting.com. All lighting products are sold through construction, industrial, and electrical supply distributors. So ask for the Wobble Light by ProBuilt Professional Lighting. Visit ProBuiltLighting.com. A proud supporter of Operation Support Our Troops America and AM 560. For customer service, call 877-707-0800.
5:06 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Let's get the very latest this morning with Jim Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. Allow extra time and following distance on the roads this morning with wet conditions. We've had some high water in areas. Earlier, there were some reports of high water in Elmhurst on 83 near North Avenue. Please tell us everything is open there. On the inbound Kennedy, the exit to eastbound Congress is closed until this time on June 23rd. This is part of the long-term construction at the Burns Circle interchange. The ramp from the inbound Kennedy to the outbound Eisenhower is open. No crashes at the moment on the expressways and tollways. Despite the rain, there's some morning road work on the Adams Tollway. Westbound I-90, Elmhurst Road to Bussey. Left lane closure till 6 this morning. Traffic is a service of Illinois Partners for Clean Air. Avoid traffic by riding public transit. Roll comfortably into town for your favorite music, distinctive dining, or both with the money you'll save. Learn to breathe easy and save easy with Illinois Partners for Clean Air at cleantheair.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Just got this bulletin from the National Weather Service. That overnight flash flood watch for the area, as we talked about earlier, Jim and I mentioned the flash flooding along the Salt Creek area, Des Plaines River. That flash flood watch has just been canceled by the National Weather Service. The thunderstorms that produced that heavy rain have diminished and moved off to the east into other watch locations. Let's get an update on our specific forecast for the day with our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Some sun today with a strong thunderstorm in spots. High of 91, an early evening shower or thunderstorm. Otherwise partly cloudy and humid tonight with a low 66. Cooler tomorrow with clouds and sun, high 75, and a mainly clear night, low 61. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
68 at O'Hare, 69 along the lakefront. Next news coming up at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MyPainChicago.com. World-class treatment for chronic pain. Go to MyPainChicago.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So I want to get to the Orlando killer, the Orlando terrorist.
The alligator terrorist?
The
or
Orlando
the
radical Islamist terrorist. Yeah. Yes, the guy
That's
who...
a big story.
Yes. I'm talking about the guy who murdered 49 people over the weekend. But before we get there, we can tell your alligator story, if you would like.
No, the 2-year-old family from Nebraska was sitting. They were at the Grand Floridian late last night. The 2-year-old boy was in a playpen. Then they took the 2-year-old out of the playpen. He was in about a foot of water, and either a 5 or 7 foot long alligator came and snatched him and took him away. The dad ran into the water, wrestled with the alligator for a little bit. Then the alligator took off with the kid. They've been searching for this kid for 6 hours now. And it's just horrifying. The mom ran into the water, too. She couldn't do anything. They also have a 4-year-old daughter. And I think Orlando is having a little bit of bad luck right now. I mean, you had Christina Grimmie killed on Friday. Then 3 miles away from that tragedy was, of course, the Pulse nightclub shooting. Horrific. And then a few miles away from that, early this morning, this bizarre story. Because it's the Grand Floridian Hotel. It's a very nice, expensive hotel. And it's connected with 7 lagoons with other resorts. And it's just, as a parent who's been there, and I'm sure, have you ever been to Disney World?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the Grand Floridian? I mean, it's like their marquee hotel and their resort.
We didn't. We
didn't
come from privilege.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I went there later. I was sponsored, okay? It was a sponsored event with my kids, but it's a very nice hotel, and it's just crazy. I mean, how much can one town take?
Well, so the alligator probably protecting the child.
Well, you know what? Not like the gorilla. I don't think so. I think if I saw the gorilla, you're going to kill, the alligator, you're going to kill the alligator. I'm on the kid's side on this one.
Boy, it's amazing. Those are very difficult judgment calls you make. I mean, you have to be so in tune
with the animals?
With an animal sensibility, Dr. Doolittle-esque, to know that the alligator doesn't mean the child's goodwill, but the massive gorilla does. I mean, it's really a gift that you possess.
Thank you, Dad.
Yeah.
No, it's just horrifying to just see there's yet another unbelievable, unimaginable tragedy happening in Orlando.
That is a wild story. It's obviously a sad story.
Oh,
don't mean to make light of it.
No, I know. And
more mean to make light of your judgment calls.
Well,
just to be clear. Yeah. So
violent, unbelievable.
Yeah, and obviously authorities are suggesting they don't expect to recover.
No, they don't. And there's no swimming signs posted. If anybody, I know people have been there at UC, no swimming signs. And then there's an alligator sign too. Like, don't go in here. There's alligators. So they're looking for his body right now.
By the way, you mentioned that star from The Voice, right?
Yeah, Christina Grimmie, who
was murdered by a fan after a performance.
Yeah, while she was signing autographs, and nobody ever mentioned her Christianity. Did you ever read her blog?
There is a question about whether her Christian faith had anything to do with her murder.
With her stalker, that guy?
Yeah. So I don't have more details on that at this point. As details become available in that murder, I mean, for those of you who didn't catch it, it was over the weekend, and obviously it was subsumed by the Orlando nightclub shooting. But she's signing autographs, and some guy walks up and shoots her to death.
Awful. And then her brother tackled the gunman, and then the gunman turned and shot himself in the head.
Right. And so in terms of motive, there has been some speculation I've read from credible sources that it may have something to do with her Christian faith, but there's no confirmation on that yet. So
if you can get a chance, read her blog, ChristinaGrimmie.com, and she talks about why her relationship with God, and it's just a really beautiful piece. And I think that the mainstream media at first just left that out. You know, she was just labeled, she came in third place on The Voice. And she was Adam's, little, how they pick teams. She was on Adam's team, and he actually ended up paying for her funeral.
Adam Levine from Maroon 5.
Yeah, that was
for music for people who hate music.
Yeah,
Maroon 5.
Yeah,
terrible.
But he was her coach,
nice
and then he
that
came forward and
paid
paid for her funeral
that
too.
Is a nice thing. Well, getting back to
the other story in Orlando,
the biggest story, of course, in Orlando. And this family, so a lot of action yesterday with respect to the Orlando Islamist terrorist murderer, his family members. His father convened the press at his home and held court on a number of issues, including suggesting that he did not believe his son was gay. This is a topic. There's a grand jury that's been convened that is apparently prosecutors are seeking to charge the current wife, not the ex-wife, the current wife of the deceased terrorist killer with 49 counts of accomplice to murder. I don't know, but I guess before the fact, because there are suggestions that she, number one, knew what he was planning, number two, actually helped him case the nightclub.
And think about this. This Pulse nightclub was not around the corner from their home. She went with him for a 2-hour drive to go to this Pulse nightclub to case it out. And they also cased out parts of Disney World because they were in Disney World in April as well. So I think she should have already been charged. And now she's saying, oh, no, but I tried to stop him. And I think she's making that up to try and save herself from going to prison or from going to jail, because I think that's what she's facing here. She's Palestinian. She came here from Jordan in 2006. And believe it or not, she's lived a while in Berwyn. Right here.
Berwyn.
Beautiful Berwyn.
Yes.
But since they've been married, he hasn't let her see her family. And it's just, I don't know. I think she's definitely an accomplice.
Well, we're going to see. It seems to be the direction the investigation is going. But a lot of this is, unnamed sources and suggestions and even speculation. But just kind of giving you direction where law enforcement is looking. And then there's this, too, just in terms of the profile of this Islamist terrorist killer. More and more stories emerging about his youth. The idea that he kind of trying to pinpoint his radicalization and how long it was manifesting itself before this horrific act over the weekend. So the opportunities for people essentially to see something, say something, to put it in the quotidian. His former elementary school teacher, Catherine Zurich, elementary school teacher in Port Lucie.
The 5th grade teacher?
It was elementary school teacher, Catherine Zurich, said the killer insulted other kids, stole their toys, and acted out. And she also...
I hope that wasn't 5th grade. Sorry.
And she went on to say he was going to bring a gun to school and threaten to kill everyone he didn't like.
And that's in elementary school.
That was not the teacher. That was a former classmate, Leslie Hall, recalling the killer openly fantasizing about a campus massacre when he was in 5th grade.
Okay.
So that's the elementary.
That's the
so
fifth grade.
the
All right.
teacher, she characterized her interactions with him in addition to her interactions with his father, who she essentially refers to as enabling his bad behavior. Then you've got a classmate that made a specific, offered a specific recollection, saying he was going to bring a gun to school and threaten to kill everyone. He fantasized about a campus massacre going all the way back to 5th grade.
And nobody did anything. You have that coupled with the fact that he was abusive to his ex-wife. She never filed a police report. He stalked his former coworker and made, homophobic statements to him, and talked about African Americans, made slurs about women. I mean, it just goes on and on. Why didn't anybody come forward?
Now, before this, we talked about the story that in 2001, he reportedly, again, this is, you're going on accounts that are difficult to verify, but you start to see a pattern, I would say, reportedly celebrated the 9/11 attacks on America. Celebrated them. We also have this, and this now calls into question some of what Jim Comey was saying about could the FBI have done anything different. Perhaps a little bit more information gathering. To his 2 trips to Saudi Arabia, which we referenced yesterday, one was a pricey package that included 4-star accommodations and fancy meals, highly unusual, may have been to cover for terror training, according to some experts. It's very possible for someone to take a trip to a country like Saudi Arabia and declare it as their destination when it is actually just a pit stop to a different country like Yemen, said one national security analyst. Based on his blatant extremism and ties to a convicted Orlando imam known for facilitating international jihadists traveling, the strong likelihood is that these trips were not benign. Now, these trips occurred in 2011 and 2012. The FBI was looking into him twice. There's two times they looked into him.
2013, 2014.
Right. May of 2013, July of 2014. Yeah. No mention about the trips to Saudi Arabia as part of their profile of him and determination as to whether to close the initial investigation. And then the second investigation, here we go. The second investigation, which related to the mosque, which related to an American-born Syrian suicide bomber. Now, Catherine Herridge, best in the business, reporting for Fox News Channel yesterday, the relationship between the Orlando terrorist murderer and the American suicide bomber in Syria, both of whom attended the same mosque, where, according to Philip Haney, who we spoke with yesterday, former Department of Homeland Security agent and whistleblower, the father of the killer was an executive at that mosque, small mosque, Port St. Lucie, Florida. The idea that these people didn't know each other and didn't interact and didn't know what others were thinking or doing strains the bounds of credulity. Now Catherine Herridge saying the relationship between the terrorist killer and the American suicide bomber was much deeper than previously understood by federal investigators. Fox News was told the relationship, as well as the case in general, very complex. The source and the bomber's return to Florida in 2013, the suicide bomber, under fresh scrutiny. So remember what Comey said. The FBI director described both investigations. And that second investigation, which is now under fresh scrutiny, they said, well, they didn't, they attended the same mosque. That's all we got. They weren't friends. They didn't know each other. There wasn't collaboration. It wasn't part of some kind of network to do varying degrees of terrorist activity or to go down that path. Well, now that's under fresh scrutiny. So at the end of this, Jim Comey may have to revise and extend his remarks about some of these FBI investigations. I'm not blaming the FBI, but I'm just saying in terms of lessons learned, when you have a suicide bomber and you have a guy who's made 2 trips to Saudi Arabia, who's got go back in his history, talk to people that knew him at school, talk to teachers who had him at school.
Talk to his coworkers. Talk to his ex-wife.
Right, but
talk to his current wife.
But before that, you start to have a picture that leads up to your 2013 and 2014 investigations. And boy, that's a lot of information to sift through and to try and piece together. But it's enough to say we've got a lot of puzzle pieces here. We better perhaps continue to put this puzzle together and ask additional questions and go to the next layer and the next layer of relationships to get to kind of what is actually at play here, rather than just concluding, apparently erroneously, that at least with respect to the mosque in Orlando, there was a lot more going on than the FBI determined and perhaps should have determined.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Today we're going to have some showers, some storms. They could be strong in spots. It's going to be on and off throughout the day. Hot and humid, a high of 91 degrees. Then tonight a shower or thunderstorm. And then tomorrow a lot cooler with times of clouds and some sun. Just a beautiful day for our golf tournament. It's going to be a high of 75 degrees. Let's get those travel times. Any relief on the roadways this early morning? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Stevenson outbound. The entrance ramp from northbound LaGrange Road is partially blocked right now with a jackknife semi. Delays on northbound I-65. US 30 to before 73rd Avenue. Crash there. 2 left lanes are blocked. Slight delays on the inbound Ryan and the inbound Bishop Ford Freeway. The other expressways and tollways are wet, otherwise okay. There is some road work, though, on the Adams Tollway westbound. Elmhurst Road, Bussy. Left lane closed till 6 this morning. Allow extra time this morning. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
There are 2 kinds of pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers in the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Raise your hand if you think you know what identity theft is. Just kidding. This is a radio commercial. We can't tell if your hand is up. But we can tell you that if you think identity theft is when someone adds charges to your credit card, you're only partially right. Identity theft is when someone pretends to be you, to open new accounts in your name, or any number of other bad things. That's where LifeLock can help. We use proprietary technology to detect and alert you to a whole range of identity threats. And if you have a problem, our U.S.-based team of specialists will work to fix it. You'll get more protection with LifeLock than you get from free credit monitoring alone. Obviously, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock is the best identity theft protection available. Join LifeLock right now and get a special 15% discount off your first year. Visit LifeLock.com and use promo code 15OFF. That's 15 off to take advantage of an incredible 15% discount off your first year. Act now. Offer ends July 3rd. Go to LifeLock.com and enter promo code 15OFF. LifeLock.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, and the ex-wife speaking as well as the father.
Yeah,
Amy.
she was on she keeps saying that her husband, ex-husband, led a double life, that he was really blatant homosexual, and she was on again on Brazilian TV and then on CNN, just explaining a little more about what she meant.
He did have a different side of him that he could not open up to his father about. The fact that he liked to go to nightclubs, the fact that he loved to drink. These were not things that were welcome in his family structure at all, and especially any indication of homosexuality. In the Islam religion, homosexuality is not that tolerated, and especially when somebody is a political figure as prominent as father was, it is especially really looked down upon and disgraced and could shame the entire family. It doesn't surprise me that he might be gay, and it doesn't surprise me that he was leading two totally different lives and was in such deep conflict within himself.
Yeah, I'm not going to take everything the ex-wife has to say at face value. There's a couple things here. One, how she characterizes the father as a politician.
That's how he portrays himself. Well, and this is that's what he told Kerry Sanders. He said, I was running for president of Afghanistan, and Kerry Sanders said, what part of Afghanistan are you talking about?
So here's the thing. She was his wife, so she should know that he's delusional.
Yeah, that's why she left him.
No, but why is she characterizing the father as a politician? He's not. The Time magazine has an excellent piece on this that goes through all his YouTube videos. Oh, yeah. And his essentially like public access show that was being broadcast in Afghanistan, where he's in fatigues and he talks about deposing the actual Afghan president, Ashraf Ghani, and he calls for arrests for his own protection. I wanted to go to Afghanistan, and they planned that if I go to Afghanistan, they'll eliminate me because of my popularity. And it goes on, where he's supposedly settling the conflict between the Pashtuns that were divided between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Except if you talk to actual experts in this area, as Time magazine did, they say he's a total crank.
So he's a politician. He's a wannabe. He's a wannabe.
He has delusions of grandeur. So why the wife doesn't characterize it appropriately if she otherwise was in the know is interesting. The other thing about this whole issue of whether or not the Orlando killer was gay, Lori.
So many people are coming forward now saying that they talked to him on gay websites and saw him at different bars and.
Well, I'm going to see.
I think maybe that's why he targeted that place, because he got caught going there.
Yeah, I'm going to cede my time to Laura Ingram, who dug up a piece from 2001. The Muhammad Atta Files. This is by Michelangelo Signorile, who is a gay advocate, writer. What, after all, should it matter if Muhammad Atta was gay, one of the 9/11 terrorists?
He even came to Chicago to case out the Sears Tower.
Yeah, but the issue is,
right.
The fear is that such a line of inquiry seeks to establish that murderous homosexuals, perhaps an entire network of them, are behind the terrorist attacks. Gay people know these indicators are more often than not stereotypes that are all wrong. For those speculating about Atta's sexuality, and they were after 9/11, there had better be a lot more to go on than these superficialities, and they better answer the most pertinent question their line of inquiry raises.
In this case, the FBI is interviewing. You're right, but in this case, the FBI is interviewing somebody who he allegedly used to date.
Okay, so the question is that posed by an actual gay activist in 2001 in response to 9/11, except where you're obsessed with talking about whether or not this guy was gay or not, is why does it matter? That's the question. Why does it matter?
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, sorry I'm late. I'm the chair for the company picnic committee, and I'm overwhelmed with finding the perfect catering partner.
Don't be freaked out by that. Tasty Catering has done our company picnic every year for the last 5 years. I actually went to Tasty Catering's kitchen first to taste the food. They served juicy burgers right from the grill, fresh salads, awesome sides, and fun foods for the kids. Last year, we even had delicious brisket and an entire pig roast.
Can they handle all the details? There's not much time to plan.
Planning was even easier. Tasty Catering handled every detail, from serving pieces to inflatables for the kids, the DJ, and of course, the bar area.
That's exactly what we're looking for.
Just go to tastycatering.com. The pricing was right, and our CFO signed off on the contract immediately.
The best company picnics start at tastycatering.com. View picnic menus and locations, entertainment options, and more. That's tastycatering.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, more gay talk.
Yeah, and I want to understand the left's position. So if you use the language of a named enemy that you're defying, that engenders terrorism. And if you use the language of surrender, as President Obama did yesterday, that brings peace. Is that the argument? 538.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Let's say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Thunderstorms moving out of the area, 71 degrees, wind south at 10. Search teams working through the night to find the toddler snatched by an alligator at a Walt Disney World resort.
The father was there nearby, and the child was playing in the water, just a foot or so into the water, and the alligator came up and attacked.
Orange County, Florida Sheriff Jerry Demings this morning saying the gator grabbed the boy when he wandered into the Seven Seas Lagoon at Disney's Grand Floridian Resort. The wife of the Orlando gunman could be facing accessory to murder charges for not reporting the pending attack. Omar Mateen was killed by police after going on a shooting rampage that killed 49 and injured 50 more at an Orlando nightclub. President Obama met with his national security team to review and intensify efforts, he says, to deal with ISIS.
The killer took in extremist information and propaganda over the internet. He appears to have been an angry, disturbed, unstable young man who became radicalized.
While the president says there's no evidence that points directly to the Orlando gunman being ordered by ISIS to attack, he says lone actors and small terror cells are hard to detect. This morning, France remains on high alert after the stabbing death of a police commander and his wife. French President François Hollande called Monday's killing a terrorist act. No comment yet from a meeting between Hillary Clinton and rival Bernie Sanders. Sanders made no comments after he left the Washington, D.C. hotel where the meeting took place. We're watching Florida this morning as SpaceX is ready to send 2 communications satellites into orbit this morning. Charges pending against a man who was captured on video being kicked in the head by a Chicago police officer during that arrest. Meantime, the Chicago police have stripped the police powers from that officer and placed him on desk duty. Chicago judge has given the caretaker of Ernie Banks' estate permission to auction off some of the late Cubs great's belongings. Tribune this morning reports it's not clear which assets may be sold. Cubs over the Nationals last night, while the Tigers beat the skidding White Sox 11-8. The news, a service of CiCi's Pizza. CiCi's now has 3 stuffed crust pizzas. Can you believe it? Original pepperoni, new pretzel, and new bacon stuff. Try them all and your other CiCi's favorites for $5 and change. The CiCi's buffet just got better. Believe it. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity lays out what's at stake this election.
The media is ignoring all this anti-American, pro-Mexican flag violence at Donald Trump rallies. I mean, it's getting vicious out there.
There's a lot at stake this election.
If you're pro-life, if you're pro-Second Amendment, if you want to build the wall, you want to repeal Obamacare, you want conservative justices, there's a lot at stake here. And the media wants Trump to lose, big time.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas. Best beans, best roast, best coffee.
Hey, let's get sentimental. Think about how much your father means to you. Now ask, what am I getting Dad for Father's Day on June 19th? It's weird, but did you know that 82% of all people don't know that you're supposed to change pillows every 2 years or less? That's because pillows absorb dead skin, dirt, skin, oils, and dust mites that can cause allergies, acne, asthma, and who knows what else. So if you haven't already done so, you need a washable MyPillow, and so does your dad. I may buy one for my dog Hunter. with a 10-year warranty. It's a great gift and health investment as well. And you'll sleep better. I do. That's why MyPillow is the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. Visit MyPillow.com or call 1-800-489-0201. Use the promo code Joe for the 2-for-1 offer. Keep one for you. Do it now. 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Promo code Joe. 800-489-0201.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
The success of a mid-sized business often comes down to one thing: managing your cash flow. I'm Ann Dollagall, Treasury Management Executive at Signature Bank. At Signature Bank, we take a personalized and proactive approach to structuring your cash management solutions to keep your financial assets safe and working for you. Our automated accounts receivable and accounts payable technology allows your business to grow without adding to your overhead expenses. And what truly sets Signature Bank apart is our personal approach. We get to know your business by rolling up our sleeves to work alongside you. Call me today for a review of your company's operational challenges.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
5:38. The news is service of Santa's Village Amusement Park. Visit santasvillagedundee.com. In our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Northbound I-65 has delays from 93rd Avenue to before 73rd, where a crash now has one left lane blocked. Inbound Kennedy, the exit to eastbound Congress is now closed until next Thursday, the 23rd of June. Edens is fine. Eisenhower inbound heavy Manheim to first, 33 minutes Thorndale to downtown. Stevenson, 38 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, 25 minutes, 80-94 to the merge. Traffic service of Subway, something's irresistible at Subway restaurants. Steak and cheese footlong with tender steak and melty cheese, topped with your choice of fresh veggies. Just $6 all through June. Subway, fresh is what they do. Limited time only. Additional charge for extras, including deluxe subs, plus applicable tax. Prices and participation may vary. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Thunderstorms moving out of the area. Clouds will break. A hot afternoon, high 91, currently 69. Next news coming up at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by North State Steel, building America with products made in the USA. Visit northstatesteel.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, President Obama offered up his remedy for the incidents of terrorism, radical Islamist terrorism, a phrase he doesn't want to use.
He used it yesterday about 6 times.
Well, he didn't. He said, there's a reason I'm very comfortable saying that there are groups that have perverted Islam. Not quite the same thing. That's kind of him dancing around. It's amazing how much time he took to castigate his political enemies rather than to essentially advance his presidential duties, chief among them the security of this nation.
And I have never seen him this passionate and this fired up. It has been years since I've seen him this angry.
Yeah.
Which was straight because he's and toward Donald Trump as well. We'll get to that later. But I mean, he was fired up.
Well, why don't we start with assault weapons? Because that's real novel. President Obama made one of his policy recommendations yesterday to reenact the assault weapon ban that expired in 2004.
Reinstate the assault weapons ban. Make it harder for terrorists to use these weapons to kill us. Otherwise, despite extraordinary efforts across our government, by local law enforcement, by our intelligence agencies, by our military, despite all the sacrifices that folks make, these kinds of events are going to keep on happening. And the weapons are only going to get more powerful.
Going to keep on happening because of the existence of this fiction called an assault weapon. Let's talk about those guns that were banned. According to the FBI, their crime stats, 390 people were murdered with rifles in 2003, the year before the expiration of the assault weapon ban, quote unquote, making rifles the weapon of choice in 2.7% of murders that year. In 2014, more than a decade later, more than a decade after the ban had been lifted, what percentage do you think?
Probably didn't change much.
About 2%. Yeah. It's no impact. In 2014, you were 6 times more likely to be murdered with a knife than you were with a rifle. You were nearly 3 times more likely to be killed by someone's fists or feet than you were to be murdered with a rifle in 2014, according to FBI crime stats. So what are we to take away from the president's insistence that it's the existence of certain rifles that is the proximate cause of Orlando and San Bernardino and the Boston Marathon and so forth? What are we to make of that argument? Absurd, disingenuous. Those words come to mind for me. Let me give you a great illustration. This is about 7 or 8 years ago, an interview between Tucker Carlson, Tucker Carlson from various cable shows. Now he's on Fox.
I love his bow tie.
Yeah, and his floppy hair.
Yeah.
He's just cute. Carolyn McCarthy, she was a congressman from New York. She proposed in 2007 to reinstall the quote-unquote assault weapon ban. And here's the exchange between Tucker Carlson and the good congresswoman from New York back 8 years ago on this very topic.
In February, you introduced the Assault Weapons Ban and Law Enforcement Protection Act of 2007. It would regulate semi-automatic assault weapons, including weapons that have pistol grips, a forward grip, and something called a barrel shroud. Weapons with a barrel shroud would be regulated. What's a barrel shroud, and why should we regulate it?
I think the more important thing is that it also would have had banned the large capacity clips that Colin Ferguson had used, and also the killer.
Okay. But I read the legislation. I'm sorry, I read the legislation and it said that it would regulate barrel shrouds. What's a barrel shroud, and why should we regulate that?
The guns that were chosen back in those days were basically the guns that most gangs and criminals were using to kill our police officers. I'm not saying it was the best bill, but that was the best bill they could get out at that particular time. I actually don't know what a barrel shroud is. I believe it's a shoulder thing that goes up.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
All right, well,
that.
what's the barrel shroud? Is that the...
Barrel Shroud was the name of my high school band. We were a Corey Hart cover band.
Okay.
But in addition to that...
what's a barrel shroud? Is that it looks like a double barrel, and it's a high-capacity magazine that can hold 100 rounds?
No.
Okay, what's a barrel shroud then?
I'm not going to tell you, just like Cynthia.
What? No, because maybe you don't know. I mean, it's okay not to know everything about guns. Yesterday, you asked me about clips and magazines, and I've only owned a .38 Special. So I had a revolver. So I didn't have any... high-capacity magazines with that because it was just a revolver.
It's funny. High Capacity Magazine was my college band, which was a .38 Special cover band. So a barrel shroud is an enclosure around the barrel to keep the operator of the gun from injuring himself on a hot barrel.
Okay, got it.
That's all it is.
Yes.
But of course
so they wanted to ban that.
Well, that was included in Miss McCarthy's.
That's to keep you safe.
Miss McCarthy's legislation. Well,
That's to keep the shooter safe.
Yeah, but she didn't know that. Obviously, she doesn't know what it is. The point is, that's the point. These people don't know what they're talking about, but they don't care. They don't know. It's okay. No.
You mean they don't care to learn?
They don't care if they know nothing about guns. They want to appear to be doing something. They see something that looks menacing, and if we ban it, look at me. I took a step for safety. I took a step against the NRA. I'm a great champion. This is political positioning. It is not doing anything to enhance anyone's safety. And, oh, by the way, that's the point. And the fact that you are so blithely ignorant, not you, but the congressman, you're so blithely ignorant about your own legislation and about guns and what you're proposing to regulate, and you don't care, that speaks to it. Here's another example. Gersh Kuntzman in the New York Daily News, right?
Excuse me, Kuntzman. Yes.
Well,
I think you were trying to pronounce it a different way.
What is it like to fire an AR-15? It's horrifying, menacing, and very loud.
Well, all weapons are loud. That's why you wear earplugs at the range.
Listen to
Dummy.
Listen to Gersh. I'll use his first name. I traveled to Philadelphia to better understand the firepower of military-style assault weapons and hopefully explain their appeal to gun lovers. But mostly I was just terrified. The recoil bruised my shoulder. The brass shell casings disoriented me as they flew past my face. The smell of sulfur and destruction made me sick. The explosions like a bomb gave me a temporary case of PTSD. For at least an hour after firing the gun just a few times, I was anxious and irritable.
Well, go find your safe space. I mean, that's so ridiculous.
Well, right. He should put his earplugs back in his purse and go home. I mean, the point is, this is the attitude. So there's no interest in having a substantive discussion about guns or anything related to national security or public safety.
No one wants terrorists to have weapons. We can all agree on that. The right and the left, everybody could agree on that.
But you think emoting like this advances the conversation?
I'm just going to give you one solid example of why I don't like high-capacity magazines. And it's a good one. And if you can destroy this argument all you want, but this is a fact. Jared Loughner, while he was on his shooting rampage using a 9mm, had a high-capacity magazine that held 31 rounds. When he was done with his first magazine, he took that magazine out and was reloading, and that's when my friend Steve and Rob tackled him. Steve called into the show. He explained, he said, because he's a gun owner himself, he said, I knew when he was changing magazines that was the time to tackle him. And they saved lives. They saved their own lives. Because the normal magazine is 13 to 17 rounds, but he had an extended one that was 31 rounds. But that's the only time that I know of that's just, to me, why I don't feel a need. If you can't shoot and get it done in 13 to 17 rounds, do you really need 31 rounds?
Are our rights based on need? Our God-given rights? You don't need to say certain things either, but you have a constitutional right to say them anyway. Is it need-based?
And I have a constitutional right not to listen.
Yeah, so that
Right.
the question is, and you can ignore the question, but is it need-based? Is that the basis of our rights or the regulation of the rights? I determine what you need? No, I don't think so. And this, goes to something else. The left is making this argument. This is not made up. This is not hysteria. We don't want to ban guns, right? That's the argument you hear from President Obama and Hillary
Clinton.
Clinton.
Say we respect your Second Amendment right to bear arms, but
they're not gun banners. But David Cohen, who's a law professor at Drexel University, the Dragons, he does. I teach the Constitution for a living. I revere the document when it was used to further social justice. Yeah, that's what the founders had in mind, Professor. He writes, the Second Amendment needs to be repealed because it's outdated, a threat to liberty, and a suicide pact. When the Second Amendment was adopted in 1791, there were no weapons remotely like the AR-15 assault rifle. It's scary. And many of the advances of modern weaponry were long from being invented or popularized. You don't think the founders had an idea that we weren't always going to be using muzzle loaders, that there would be technological advancements in weaponry, just as there are in so many other aspects of life? This guy, by the way, recently booked, this Cohen guy, Living in the Crosshairs, The Untold Stories of Anti-Abortion Terrorism. So you understand that he's more worried about pro-lifers as terrorists than he is radical Islamists, and this is why he zeroes in on weaponry and repealing the Second Amendment. So if you got kids out there thinking about going to get your JD, look up David Cohen if you decide to matriculate at Drexel University. That could be a spirited class. Oh, let's go to Herb in Brookfield. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. On this argument, the things that's not brought up is in Mexico, weapons are highly restricted, yet the cartels have some of the most expensive and destructive weapons known to man. RPGs, 50 caliber Barrett, sniper rifles, all that are illegal. But they have the money, so the bad guys are going to have the weapons. And I've been shot at numerous times by felons that have had no right to have weapons, yet they manage to get them all the time.
Are you a police officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the call, Herb. Good point. Ben in Michigan City, Indiana.
Hello.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
How are we doing this morning?
Good. What's up?
Well, let's just go back to talking about the legislation and the lady that wasn't able to even elaborate on the burial shroud. Do you understand what the burial shroud is?
Yeah, I already said what it was.
Over it, yeah.
No. It protects your hand from burning up because there are so many rounds firing up the barrel of the gun.
That's what I said.
That it would melt the barrel and it would burn your hand. That means there's so many rounds passing through there that would injure your hands. How many rounds do we need to be shooting down range for sport? Let alone falling down people.
Yeah, actually, Ben, you're very much like Congressman McCarthy. You don't know what a barrel shroud is or what those weapons are. But thanks for the call.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I watched a video yesterday on semi-automatic and full automatic weapons, and I was going to send it to you because we're guessing semi-full.
Yeah.
Very exciting
That's
stuff.
a fun afternoon.
Yes, and we're going to have some fun once this weather passes. It's going to be cloudy and hot and humid and some strong thunderstorms in spots. A high of 91 degrees, and then tonight a shower or thunderstorm, and then it's going to cool down around here tomorrow. For our golf outing in Bolingbrook, we're going to have some times of clouds and sun, but it's going to be just a beautiful day, a high of 75. Anything great on the roadways? Any standing water? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Amy and Dan, thankfully, the earlier water issues are all gone. There's still rain in the area, though, and roads are wet, so allow some extra time. Northbound I-65 has delays, 93rd Avenue to before 73rd. There was an earlier crash there. Edens is fine. Inbound Kennedy, the ramp to eastbound Congress is closed until June 23rd for construction. Inbound Eisenhower, slow Manheim to First, 34 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Stevenson, already 50 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, 35 from the Tri-State. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 21 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford, 25. Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow Meacham to 53. I'm Jim Talamonte, the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Hey, if you want to enhance your credit and plan for your financial future, then you need to attend David Hochberg's and the Heartland Institute for Financial Education's Financial Empowerment Seminar, which is tomorrow, Thursday, June 16th, at the Oak Brook Financial Center. You should attend if you want to learn what credit scores are and how they impact your life. You should attend if you're credit challenged, filed for bankruptcy, experienced a foreclosure or short sale, and would like to purchase a home. You should attend if you're tired of securing double-digit card loans and overpaying for insurance. And you should attend if you want to learn how to budget, save, and plan for your financial future. To register for the Financial Empowerment Seminar on June 16th at the Oak Brook Financial Center, go to am560david.com. If you have any questions refinancing or purchasing a home, then call David now. 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. David has helped thousands of AM560 listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call. 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358 RMLL NMLS 19186.
For collectors of coins and currency investors, or people who want to check out some fantastic history, make plans to attend the Greater Chicago Coin, Currency, and Collectibles Show. The show is at the Tinley Park Convention Center next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Admission and parking are free. Just bring your photo ID. This is one of the largest shows in the country, with hundreds of dealers, the best coin dealers from all over the country. See displays valued at millions of dollars, U.S. and world paper money, gold and silver bullion, and a whole lot more. If you're a serious collector, this is a show you can't miss. If you're an investor or just want to find out more about coins, currency, and collectibles, this show is a can't miss. Bring your friends, the family, and look at history right in front of you. The Greater Chicago Coin, Currency, and Collectibles Show, next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at the Tinley Park Convention Center. Admission and parking are free with your photo ID. Get more information at chicagocoinshow.com. That's chicagocoinshow.com.
The company was born in the Civil War era. The year was 1866 when founder Christian Henry Hansen started C.H. Hansen in Chicago. The company grew, expanded, and even survived the Great Chicago Fire and the Great Depression to become the great company they are today, headquartered in their Naperville office and factory.
The C.H. Hansen Company stands proud with Chicago and Illinois as a great American hand tool manufacturer. In celebration of their 150-year anniversary, family-owned and operated C.H. Hansen thanks its employees and customers for their service and business. C.H. Hansen offers over 2,000 products, stock and custom in 8 different product categories, including steel stamps, stencils, metal tags, barricade and flagging tapes, Palmgren, makers of work-holding vices and metalworking machines, mechanics tools, and marketing tools. Visit chhansen.com for information. C.H. Hansen is Chicago and a proud part of Chicago and Illinois for 150 years strong and counting.
Hey, size matters. Look to the Italians. They made it happen. The Colosseum, the Vatican, the Tower of Pisa, and Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli Sandwiches. Their signature subs are as big as your forearm, hefty and fully loaded with the highest quality deli meats on artisan bread. Their homemade Italian beef sandwiches are sliced paper thin, using their own family recipe. And if you can't choose between the burgers, wraps, or hand-rolled meatball sandwiches, then get them all. Feed your inner rock star. Eat amongst authentic rock and roll memorabilia while you enjoy the soundtrack of your glory days. Or pick up and go. Either way, Augie's offers fast, fresh, and affordable food, even gluten-free options. Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli, Carroll Stream or West Chicago. Be sure to visit augustinos.com for full menus and directions. And if the party's on at your house, look to Augie's for catering. Don't make it happen with Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli.
I have struggled with irritable bowel syndrome for 40 years. Really struggled with it. And I want you to know that since I have been taking Balance of Nature, I don't have it anymore. But after 40 years, I'm 75 years old, and after 40 years of struggling with this, and early on taking all kinds of medication and this, that, and the other thing, back in October, I was able to cancel my appointment with the gastroenterologist. Your products have made my life. They have improved the quality of my life so tremendously. I can't be grateful enough. So please thank you all, and please, if you ever have a chance to, please thank Dr. Howard.
Good health is just a phone call away. What are you waiting for? Call now and take the health challenge to get a free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
You can hit it, run into it, knock it over, and it still won't fall over. What is this, you ask? It's the Wobble Light by ProBuild. It's a self-righting, portable, and virtually indestructible industrial work light. Ideal for applications requiring temporary high-output lighting for construction, manufacturing, utility, and much, much more. The Wobble Light, the brainchild of ProBuild Professional Lighting, is the only self-right job site light available in the market. If you're in an industry that requires professional-grade portable lighting, turn to Chicago's very own ProBuild Professional Lighting, manufacturers of portable job site lighting, designed for the pros. To view their catalog and much more, visit ProBuiltLighting.com. All lighting products are sold through construction, industrial, and electrical supply distributors. So ask for the Wobble Light by ProBuilt Professional Lighting. Visit ProBuiltLighting.com. A proud supporter of Operation Support Our Troops America and AM 560. For customer service, call 877-707-0800.
I'm Mike Scott. Here are the stories we're watching today. Flash flooding hits the Chicago area, and Ebony and Jet magazine sold. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. He's still missing. A little boy dragged away by an alligator last night at a Walt Disney World resort.
The 2-year-old male child has not been located.
Jeff Williamson with the Orange County Sheriff's Department says they'll keep searching in the water and by air. It happened in the man-made Seven Seas Lagoon at the Grand Floridian.
This 2-year-old child was playing at the edge of the water, probably about a foot or so into the water, when this alligator came up and attacked the child. The father did his best. He tried to rescue the child, however, to no avail.
There are no swimming signs at that lake. The family's visiting Disney from Nebraska. In the probe into the Orlando massacre, the terrorist's wife is facing a lot of scrutiny now. Fox's Evan Brown live in Orlando.
And Dave, she could be facing charges too. Fox News has learned federal prosecutors have convened a grand jury wanting to indict Noor Salman on 49 counts of accessory to murder and 53 counts of accessory to attempted murder. That's in addition to failing to report to authorities that she knew her husband was planning something. Up until now, the FBI had said Salman had been cooperating with them in their investigation. Reuters reports she may have tried talking her husband out of carrying out his plot, Dave.
Evan, the voting for president is over until November 8th. Hillary Clinton won the last primary in a rout. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, D.C. voters had the last word of the Democratic race for president, and they spoke loud and clear. Clinton took 79% of the vote. She sat down with Bernie Sanders after the race was called to talk about unifying the party. The Vermont senator has not conceded, and as the ballots were being cast, he sounded resolute.
What this fight has always been about is transforming America. It is standing up for working people.
Sanders has said he wants to take his issues to the Democratic National Convention. Dave.
Rachel, a senior NATO diplomat, says the alliance will likely agree next month to extend the Afghanistan training mission, keep troops throughout the country next year. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Skies are partly cloudy right now. We have 71 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Charges pending against a man captured on video being kicked in the head by a Chicago police officer during his arrest. Authorities say Shaquille O'Neal was taken into custody Monday after police found 3 bags of heroin on his person. The lawyer for Shaquille O'Neal believes charging his client is the police department's way of covering up use of excessive force. The Independent Police Review Authority is investigating after footage of that incident was posted online. The officer was seen stomping on O'Neal's head and has been stripped of his police powers and placed on desk duty. Ride-sharing companies like Uber and Lyft are locked in a game of chicken with a Chicago alderman who now wants to impose significant controls on the industry. AM 560's David Stewart has more from Chicago's City Hall.
The companies have mounted a TV ad campaign saying that ride-sharing allows struggling people to make money and brings rides to parts of the city that cabs avoid. But Alderman Anthony Beal has called a meeting of his Transportation Committee for Friday to vote on his licensing plan. Beal says it would level the playing field with the cab industry, which has made campaign donations recently to Beal and some of his colleagues. The plan would require Uber and Lyft drivers to get city chauffeurs' licenses, be fingerprinted, and have the city inspect their vehicles. The ride-sharing companies say those rules could force them out of Chicago. David Stewart, Chicago.
Ebony and Jet magazines, which have chronicled African-American life for the past 71 years, have been sold to an Austin, Texas-based private equity firm, Johnson Publishing, announcing that Ebony and the digital-only Jet were sold to the Clearview Group. Johnson Publishing retains its Fashion Fair cosmetics line and the Ebony Photo Archive. Chicago sports, Albert Almora Jr.'s double in the ninth gave the Cubs a 4-3 win over the Nationals. Justin Upton drove in 4 as the Tigers beat the skidding White Sox 11-8. The news, a service of Santa's Village Amusement Park. Treat your kids to the awesome ride, the Snowball Ride, that you remember is back. Always enjoy petting zoos, rides, attractions, and so much more daily for family fun. Visit santasvillagedundee.com. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather next on AM 560.
The average Republican voter out there right now is looking for an outsider who will blow the whole damn thing up.
The Joe Walsh Show.
I don't want somebody who comes from Washington. I don't want somebody to get along with Democrats. Not this year. I want the whole system blown up. That's why Trump, or that's why Cruz.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This year, that's where Republican voters are at.
Everywhere you go, the threat looms. It follows you no matter what you do. The longer you avoid the IRS and the financial difficulties you're going through, the closer they get to you. John DeWatt of Thinking Outside the Box Law Firm can help you end the feeling of being hunted by the IRS. If you've avoided taxes or could benefit from the life-saving assistance of bankruptcy, it's time you call John DeWatt. This is an attorney who is willing to take on the federal government on your behalf. He has worked to discharge thousands of dollars in penalties, and he can help you settle your debts once and for all. Call 888-777-4193. Let the hunters become the hunted. Let John DeWatt of Thinking Outside the Box Law Firm deal with the IRS personally. Call John for your own relief plan. 888-777-4193 or online at thinkingoutsidetheboxlaw.com. That's thinkingoutsidetheboxlaw.com.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-467-5125. That's 1-800-467-5125. 1-800-467-5125. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
6:07 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Kennedy, traffic is heavy from the River Road toll to Foster. The exit to eastbound Congress is closed until June 23rd. Right now it's 25 minutes either way between O'Hare and downtown. Eden's wet, but otherwise okay. Eisenhower, 43 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 34. Stevenson, 55 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 37 minutes. Ryan, 25 minutes. 95th to downtown, outbound 20. Crash at 47th of the two right lanes. I-57, Bishop Ford, both 30 minutes from I-80 to the merge. Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow Beecham to 53 and Lee to the Kennedy. Traffic is a service of GNC. Fuel your summer fun at GNC. Top products to fuel every athlete. Buy one, get one half off. Fuel your training, fuel your recovery, fuel your wallet. At GNC, it's buy one, get one half off, store-wide mix and match. Now through June 27th at GNC. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, clouds give way to some sun. It will be hot with a strong thunderstorm in spots early, then another late in the day. High of 91. A shower or a thunderstorm early this evening, otherwise partly cloudy tonight, low 66. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 69 at O'Hare and along Chicago's lakefront. Next news, 6:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Alpha Wealth Group, bringing the trilogy of estate, tax, and investment planning together. Visit alphawealthgroup.com for a free report.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So I've got a question. If the president doesn't think his words matter, then why does he talk so much?
Hey-oh. Yeah.
That's essentially...
Well, he was speaking. It was passionate rhetoric yesterday. That was a side of Obama I haven't seen in a long time. He was angry. He was mad.
Yes.
But he was making no sense, saying we should have a no-fly, no-buy list. Well, that sounds great, but guess what? Omar Mateen wasn't even on the no-fly list, so that wouldn't have mattered either. So what things that he was saying weren't making sense.
The issue of the use of the phrase radical Islamist terrorism
Wait, are we going to say
or
this?
radical Islam, President Obama addressed his critics, most notably Donald Trump, with respect to his unwillingness to use that phrase, which even Hillary has conveniently come around to now that the primary's over. President Obama addressing the nation yesterday, part of his response to critics, more so than his response to terrorism, which I thought was instructive.
The main contribution of some of my friends on the other side of the aisle have made in the fight against ISIL is to criticize this administration and me for not using the phrase radical Islam. That's the key, they tell us. We can't beat ISIL unless we call them radical Islamists. What exactly would using this label accomplish? What exactly would it change? Would it make ISIL less committed to trying to kill Americans? Would it bring in more allies? Is there a military strategy that is served by this? The answer is none of the above. Calling a threat by a different name does not make it go away. This is a political distraction.
Yeah, so
I can't wait for you to tell me what you think about that.
Well, here's the thing. This is what the president does. He goes after enemies. He personifies political enemies to have a different conversation, the conversation we need to have. And he erects straw dogs. Has anyone said, if you use the phrase radical Islamic terrorism or radical Islam, that the threat is going to go away? Has anybody made that argument? No. Not a single person.
No, but people have said you have to define the enemy so you can beat the enemy.
Yeah, and
he was trying to say, no, that's not how it's been working.
No, right. It's not how it's been working.
It hasn't been working.
He hasn't defined the enemy, and to the extent he defined it, he incorrectly defined it as a JV team. You'll recall.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is where I'm confused. So, the words he uses do matter, or they don't matter? And if they do matter, then there is a purpose behind using the phrase radical Islam, radical Islamist terrorism, to identify the enemy, but also because of the conversation we had with Waleed Phares yesterday, Trump foreign policy advisor, Fox News contributor, counterterrorism expert. Two things. One is, that's the phrase that's actually used in the Muslim world but by peaceful pluralist Muslims to distinguish themselves from those who are not peaceful pluralists. So that's the phrase that's actually used. All the rhetoric of Islamophobia that the president uses, I mean, he's the actual Islamophobe. That is kind of his patois alone and the left's patois. Number two, when you create a chilling effect, if you think a bad thought, or I should say, if you think a bad thought, if you look on someone with suspicion and they're Muslim, that's wrong. That creates a chilling effect. And we've seen it in San Bernardino. We saw it at Fort Hood. And now we've seen it in Orlando with respect to the security firm that employed the Orlando killer. That's why it matters. Those are two pretty good reasons.
But yeah, and he did say yesterday that if you use radical Islam, that helps them with recruiting.
They want us to validate them by implying that they speak for those billion-plus people, that they speak for Islam. That's their propaganda. That's how they recruit.
Yeah, let me say something to that, too. So look, if it doesn't matter, his argument is in conflict with itself. If we use the term radical Islam, that's not a military strategy, that won't stop anything, that won't make the threat go away. Well, using the rhetoric of surrender, how has that been going? Is that making the threat go away? Are those words going to make the threat go away? Nobody thinks that words are going to make the threat go away. But words are important, and in the political realm, they're particularly important. As a great man once said, words are the currency of politics.
That probably was Dan Proft.
It was.
Wow.
And I think
I got that right. Not my extended clip, but dang it, that was on target.
And I think Proft made a good point when he said that.
Let's talk in the third person. All right, this is a point in time, real quick, when Obama got really hot and bothered.
Not once has an advisor of mine said, man, if we really use that, we're going to turn this whole thing around.
Yeah,
Not once.
It's just it's a straw man argument. It was 5 minutes of a straw man argument. And the interesting thing is,
yes,
Hillary Clinton's no longer abiding the argument.
No.
Remember her exchange over the weekend?
Well, look, I think Trump, as usual, is obsessed with name-calling. And from my perspective, it matters what we do, not what we say. It mattered that we got bin Laden, not what name we called him. But if he is somehow suggesting I don't call this for what it is, he hasn't been listening. I have clearly said that we face terrorist enemies who use Islam to justify slaughtering innocent people. We have to stop them, and we will. We have to defeat radical jihadist terrorism.
Oh!
She said it. No, everything's going to be better.
So it matters, I think, what we say and what we do. So if it doesn't matter, then why'd you say it? Because back 6 months ago, when she was talking to when she was talking to Clinton Foundation donor Zero, Stephanopoulos, she had this to say about using the phrase when she was in the throes of the primary campaign against Comrade Bernie.
Well, the problem is that sounds like we are declaring war against a religion. And that, to me, is number one wrong.
Even though the qualifier radical is there?
No, because, look, you know enough about religion. You've studied it. And there are radicals, people who believe all kinds of things in every religion in the world.
So it was a problem 6 months ago, not a problem anymore for Hillary. That's called repositioning yourself to face your current your current competitor, not your previous one. Charles Krauthammer also weighed in on this, kind of reiterating, at least in part, what Waleed Phares mentioned to us yesterday in explaining the importance of language.
The fact is that unless you say what kind of extremism it is, you don't understand any connections. That's what makes Obama's refusal so incomprehensible and unnerving. He knows there's a connection. When you say radical Islam, you are encompassing all of the elements of it, of which one is a radical opposition and hatred of gays.
Yeah.
Hey, I thought we weren't going to talk about the three-letter word anymore.
Those connections matter, and they convey understanding. And when you use the milquetoast rhetoric of there are extremists housed as acolytes in every religion, there are extremists of all sorts, and we might fight extremism in all its forms. Fine. Can we do it in the order of magnitude?
Yeah, I don't see the Lutherans going out and doing this.
Correct.
Or the Episcopalians. No.
And you know what? That matters. That matters. Let's go to the phones. Tim and Aurora, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, guys, listening in. Love the show. In World War II, I believe there was a specific political group that began with the letter N, and the end of the thing ran to paparazzi. I think they were called the Nazis. And we named them by name, and we targeted them, and eventually we defeated them. If you do not call them out, you cannot defeat them.
Thanks for the call, Tim. And yeah, I mean, why be afraid to call out Islamo-fascists for the fascists they are? It's not saying every Muslim is a fascist.
Maybe it's because he studied Muslim studies when he was in 4th grade in Indonesia. I mean, really, who knows? But he does sympathize with the Muslim religion. He does. And you can't deny that. And I don't know if that's wrong. I'm sure there's a lot of peace-loving Muslims out there, but the ones that are making the news are not the peace-loving ones. They're the ones that are trying to kill Americans, and that's the difference.
Sharon in Itasca.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. I'll tell you what the main problem is. Obama's a leftist, and until the American public becomes prone, malleable, and just limp-wristed, he is going to hate us, and we are not lining up behind him. He's finding out just how hard it is to crack the skulls of freedom-loving, liberty-loving people. He is not happy.
Thanks, Sharon. Mike on the north side.
Everybody's picking up their phone.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Thanks for taking my call. The problem with Obama isn't that he's a leftist, he's a liar. He took an oath of office to uphold the Constitution and all the rights. Now he wants to determine which rights we get to have. Rights of free speech, the IRS comes after you. Rights of assembly, the IRS comes after you. Rights of religion, well, we'll take your rights away from the Catholic hospitals, and you have to send your sermons in before Sunday for us to approve them. Now he wants to take away your gun rights. The rights we have are the rights we have. It's not for this administration or the next administration to decide which ones they're going to parcel out to us.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Well said. And, you know, the petulance of President Obama, too, spending time addressing his critics rather than addressing the threat. Donald Trump picked up on this to no one's surprise, and he had this to say in part in response to the president's remarks yesterday.
I watched President Obama today, and he was more angry at me than he was at the shooter. And many people said that.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Today we're going to have some clouds and some hot and humid weather and a strong thunderstorm by this afternoon in spots, a high of 91 degrees. Then tonight a shower and thunderstorm, and after that it's going to cool off around here. Tomorrow's just going to be a picture-perfect day for our golf outing. Then we're going to have some sun, some clouds, and a high of 75 degrees. Any complaints on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Lots of them, Amy. Hawthorne Woods. You've got delays on Gilmore between Midlothian Road and Indian Creek due to a malfunctioning rail crossing. Eden's inbound. It's slow approaching the junction. Outbound still okay. The Kennedy, though. Delays from before the River Road toll to Central and Ohio into downtown Chicago. It's 26 minutes O'Hare to downtown. The exit to eastbound Congress is closed for construction. Outbound 26 minutes downtown to the airport, the Eisenhower. 43 minutes Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 37. Stevenson an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. 45 minutes from the Tri-State. Outbound 37 minutes to 3:55. The Ryan 25 minutes 95th to downtown. Outbound 20. Jackknife semi at 47th in the two right lanes. I-57. 40 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 35. Delays on the northbound Tri-State, 95th to 87th, from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan to Later North Avenue. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Good news about all of Obama's anti-gun rhetoric. Gun stocks through the roof. Yeah, good for me. And probably for Black Rhino Concealment. What's your caliber? Black Rhino Concealment knows many AM 560 listeners carry or plan to and want the best holsters. For concealed carry, range practice, or competitive shooting, Black Rhinos are comfortable and safe. Every holster is handcrafted by veterans of 100% virgin Kydex with American-made fasteners. From precision fit and finish to secure retention and quick draw, a Black Rhino is the finest holster at a modest price. Backed by a lifetime material warranty and workmanship guarantee, Black Rhino has tactical carrier and concealed carry systems for every caliber. You and your firearm deserve a Black Rhino. The Second Amendment protects our right to bear arms, and Black Rhino protects those arms. Black Rhino Concealment, we hold your caliber against you. Visit blackrhinoconcealment.com or call 847-783-6499. For showroom info, use the promo code AM560 for a 10% discount on your first order. That number again, 847-783-6499.
Psoriasis and vitiligo are serious diseases. You've tried everything and have been disappointed. Now there's X-Track, a breakthrough treatment that provides long-lasting, safe relief. X-Track is FDA cleared for the treatment of psoriasis and vitiligo and is endorsed by thousands of dermatologists and hospitals because it works. Clinical studies show immediate results with up to 95% clearance. The in-office visits are fast, painless, with virtually no side effects. With thousands of providers treating patients all over the country, X-Track is covered by all major insurance companies and Medicare. We'll help you find a doctor close by, and there is no cost to you until you see results. Get your life back. Live free. Live X-Track clear.
For your no-cost treatment, call now 800-972-3143. That's 800-972-3143. 800-972-3143 or visit xtracradio.com. Qualified patients, certain restrictions apply, results may vary.
Cutting edge. That's a concept companies strive to achieve in the world of custom packaging, design, and vendor-managed inventory. Infinity Packaging is the cutting-edge leader. If your company is cutting edge, then Infinity Packaging is your best choice. From stock and custom corrugated boxes and mailers, to film, bags, tubes, labels, and specialized inserts, no packaging challenge is too cutting edge for Infinity. Plus, a high level of service and customer contact and multiple warehouse locations truly make Infinity Packaging a premier packaging and warehousing leader nationwide. You'll receive the benefits and savings of big company purchasing power with the advantages of a small company approach to service. To learn more or schedule your company's packaging analysis, call Infinity Packaging at 847-786-2002 or visit infinitypkg.com. That's 847-786-2002. Or online at infinitypkg.com. Infinity Packaging, the cutting-edge leaders in custom packaging, design, and warehousing.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Seriously, Orlando seems cursed right now. 3 tragedies in a row. Christina Grimmie, then you have the Pulse shooting, and now a 2-year-old that was dragged into the water, or the 2-year-old was in the water last night at a Disney resort at the Grand Floridian, which is a very nice hotel, dragged, and they're still looking for the 2-year-old boy. The family's from Nebraska. It's just unbelievable. I mean, things come in threes, so hopefully this is it for Orlando.
It's been, obviously the loss of life is a multiple of that. So, yeah, it's been a very just tough week for Orlando.
Unimaginable.
We were talking a bit about Obama and Trump responding to Obama, but he also responded to Clinton. And this was from his speech in New Hampshire the other day. And what he had to say to Clinton is important, and it's an interesting political position he's taking, or positioning he's trying to occupy, suggesting that, Hillary can't have it both ways.
Hillary Clinton can never claim to be a friend of the gay community as long as she continues to support immigration policies that bring Islamic extremists to our country and who suppress women, gays, and anyone else who doesn't share their views or values.
Remember Hillary Clinton on, I think it was the Today Show on Monday, saying, it's actions that matter, not words. Well, Trump posed a question based on that comment from Mrs. Clinton.
She can't have it both ways. She can't claim to be supportive of these communities while trying to increase the number of people coming in who want to oppress these same communities. How does this kind of immigration make our lives better? How does this kind of immigration make our country better? Why does Hillary Clinton want to bring people in vast numbers, who reject our values? Why? Explain.
And he goes on to say, do you want Hillary's words or my proposed actions? Which do you want? Well, right now, apparently, the plurality of Americans want Hillary's words because Bloomberg poll yesterday had Hillary up 12 points.
Oh, yeah.
Scott on the West Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan and Amy, thanks for taking my call. I'm not a psychologist. I only call in and I only play one on your radio show.
You do it excellent.
Yeah. Michael Savage claims that Obama has megalomania, and I believe it's true. The speech that Obama gave was all about Obama. It wasn't about the victims. He had nothing to say about the tragedy itself. It was about Obama. And it was sad and it was pathetic.
Thanks for the call, Scott.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're serious about selling your home, now's the time. Supply is low, and it's a great seller's market in many Chicagoland neighborhoods. Now, I've done the research, and along with my Salem radio colleagues, Dennis Prager and Michael Medved, we all recommend that you call Saul. Saul Z and the Z team are so good that if they don't sell your home in 59 days, they'll sell it for free, guaranteed. Saul is ranked 106th out of 1.2 million agents by the Wall Street Journal. His proven marketing system is so effective that he sells on average a home every single day, attracting multiple full-price offers. Now, that demand helps sell your home fast at the highest price. It's a no-brainer. If I was selling a home in Chicagoland, I'd definitely call Saul. 888-346-0666 or call Saul, SAUL.net. Call Saul.net or 888-346-0666. You'd better call Saul.
Is your balance off due to a head injury? Is your head injury due to sports, auto accident, military service, a trip, slip, or fall? Get back on track. Researchers at the University of Wisconsin-Madison are conducting a clinical research study and are in need of participants who have difficulty with balance as a result of their head injury. If you're between the ages of 18 and 65, have experienced a mild or moderate head injury over 1 year ago, and now have difficulty with balance, you may qualify. Please visit headinjurytrial.com for more information and to find out if you qualify for this clinical research opportunity. Limited space is available, so please visit headinjurytrial.com or call 877-861-4652. Compensation of up to $2,000 is available for qualified participants. Visit headinjurytrial.com or call 877-861-4652.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
we are going to introduce you to the 4 dumbest people that have existed since man climbed out of the primordial soup. That's at 6:36.
You're going to love the view. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're following developments in Florida this morning, where they are hoping for the best in the search for a toddler taken by an alligator. Jeff Williamson is with Florida Fish and Game, and agents, he says, are continuing their search for the 2-year-old grabbed by a gator at the Walt Disney Resort.
Still a search and rescue operation. We are very hopeful. We are hoping for the best.
We're still calling this a search and rescue operation at this hour. Authorities are looking into how much the wife of the Orlando gunman knew before the attack that killed 49. Reporters say a federal grand jury is being convened and could charge Noir Salman with accessory to murder in the deadliest mass shooting in modern U.S. history. Donald Trump says President Obama seems angrier with him than the Orlando gunman, campaigning in North Carolina yesterday.
But we can't continue to live this way. We can't continue to live this way. People are going to be afraid to go out. They already are. I mean, if you think you feel safer now than you did 8 years ago, I think there's probably not anybody in this room that feels that way.
The president then slammed Trump's proposal to ban Muslims from entering the U.S. Federal appeals court is upholding net neutrality rules crafted by the FCC. Critics say the new rules represent government regulation that will impede a thriving part of the U.S. economy. Police in India say 25 have been killed when a passenger bus skidded off a mountain road and fell into a gorge in the northeast part of that country. Charges are pending against a man captured on video being kicked in the head by a Chicago police officer. That officer has been stripped of police powers and placed on desk duty. Governor Bruce Rauner says many bond buyers are backing his pro-business changes and want to invest in this state in spite of our worst-in-the-nation credit rating. The Republican saying yesterday that taking on more debt is appropriate in this case because the money is strictly for improvements to roads and bridges, not daily state operating expenses. Cubs over the Nationals 4-3. Tigers beat the skidding White Sox 11-8. Bears continue minicamp. And the news, a service of Napa Auto Parts this month. Mobil 1 full synthetic oil is only $5.99 a quart at participating Napa Auto Parts stores. That's Napa know-how. While supplies last, general states pricing. Sale prices do not include applicable state, local taxes, or recycling fees. 9:33 and a check, or at 6:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
It's the question that's on everyone's mind this election season. Who will Donald Trump pick as his vice presidential running mate?
This is what the people want.
Well, if you think you know the answer, you could win $560.
Believe me.
Enter AM 560's Veep Stakes contest. If you correctly predict Trump's running mate, you're eligible to win the cash prize and a $50 gift card from the Trump Winery.
Mark my words.
You can enter on the AM 560 mobile app or go to 560theanswer.com/Trump and enter today.
It's common sense.
Sales drive your business. Customers drive sales. GoDaddy helps you drive both with memorable domains, online marketing tools, and 24/7 help. Go you. GoDaddy.
When I hear realtors boast about servicing a 3-county area or selling a home every 15 minutes, I think, what level of service could their clients possibly be getting? This is Chris Jacobs with Century 21 affiliated in Inverness, and my message is a little bit different. If being a realtor for more than 20 years has taught me one thing, it's that all real estate is local. While I can't say I'm the #1 realtor in the country, I can tell you that over the past 10 years, I've sold more homes in Inverness than anyone else. My team specializes in Inverness, Palatine, and Arlington Heights. We pride ourselves on providing our clients exceptional customer service and local market knowledge. So if you're selling your home or looking to purchase a property in our area, then call me, Chris Jacobs, at 847-401-4859. That's 847-401-4859. Or visit us at chrisjacobshomes.com.
Each office independently owned and operated. An equal housing opportunity.
6:35, the news, a service of GNC. Fuel your summer fun at GNC with top products to fuel every athlete. Buy one, get one half off. Fuel your training, fuel your recovery. Fuel your wallet at GNC. Buy one, get one half off store-wide. Mix and match now through June 27th at GNC. In our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center, let's get the latest on the morning commute. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Edens, delays start at Niles Center. 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose up on 22. Kennedy slow. The River Road toll to Central and Ogden to the Burns Circle. The exit to eastbound Congress is closed with construction. 30 minutes. O'Hare to downtown up on 35. And by Eisenhower, it is a 58-minute drive now from Thorndale to downtown, 45 from Manheim, up on 42 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55, and Lakeshore Drive, 50 minutes from the Tri-State, up on 44 minutes to 3:55. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown, outbound 20. Jackknife Semi at 47th in the right lane. I-57, 40 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 35. On Tri-State, slow Harlem to LaGrange Road, the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Adams Tollway, slow Roselle to 53, and Elmhurst to the River Road Toll. Traffic service of Napa Auto Parts this month. Mobil One full synthetic oil is only $5.99 a quart at participating Napa Auto Parts stores. That's Napa know-how. While supplies last, general states pricing. Sales prices do not include applicable state, local taxes or recycling fees. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Clouds will break this morning, leaving us with a hot and humid afternoon, a chance of a reoccurring thunderstorm and a high of 91. 68 at O'Hare. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, all right. Oh, my goodness.
You want more about the alligator? We don't know if it was an ISIS alligator.
Yeah.
But they're bringing in alligator trappers to try and find this gator, this 7-foot gator who took a 2-year-old boy who was vacationing from Nebraska late last night. It was a family of 4. The 4-year-old girl was in the playpen about 20 yards from the water. The 2-year-old was wading in the water, and this alligator came up and grabbed him. So,
and I assume animal rights activists are on the side of the alligator.
No,
they want the alligator
actually,
to be spared and the parents to be imprisoned or stoned in the public square or something.
No mention of that yet. Everyone's just focusing on trying to find this 2-year-old boy, but it's been about 7 hours now, and no sign of the 2-year-old boy or the 7-foot-long alligator.
2-year-old boy attacked by alligator, bad. 3-year-old boy attacked by gorilla, good. It's very just difficult to follow the logic of the animal rights crowd. Speaking of things that are very difficult to follow.
Speaking of animals. Yeah, I know you're trying to process this
Even
still,
just
right?
thinking about them puts my hands to my temple. You remember those Yo Mama So Dumb jokes?
Oh, yeah. My kids still tell them. Hey, your mama's so dumb.
Yeah?
No, I'm not going to.
Give an example.
I'm.
Yo Mama's so dumb, she tried to climb Mountain Dew.
And I thought my jokes were bad.
Your mama so dumb, she thought Fleetwood Mac was a new burger at McDonald's.
Keep going on.
No, I got more.
Yo, mama's so dumb.
I want to introduce.
I heard the Mountain Dew one before. Thank you.
Oh, these are all old.
Yeah, but you know what? They still
I've
make me
not
laugh.
advanced beyond the 5th grade cloakroom where we would share these jokes.
Your mom is so dumb. When you stand next to her, you hear the ocean.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's an old one.
Please clap.
That's what.
It's a classic.
That's-
Yes.
when you don't get the joke.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Let's introduce you to Sarah Haynes.
Well, The View.
Just kidding.
The View
Well, I
ladies.
know about her. Yes.
You are about to be introduced, for those of you who don't watch The View, and we have to talk about it because apparently a lot of people do. You're about to be introduced to 4 individuals who are less complex than the Petri dish paramecia you studied in high school biology.
Your mom is so dumb. She hears it's chilly outside and she grabs a bowl.
Hi-oh!
Sorry. That's my last Yo Mama So Dumb joke.
Make that 5. Kidding. So The View
Yes.
ladies attempted to tackle the Orlando massacre. Sarah Haynes, we'll start with her.
She, in case you don't know who she is, she
And
works
why would you?
on Good Morning America weekends. She is the entertainment reporter. So keep that in mind when you bash sweet little Sarah Haynes, who's from Iowa. She didn't go to University of Iowa, but she's from Des Moines. Yes, what did she do, Dad?
The first one-celled organism up, Sarah Haynes.
They also don't have any ties right now between the shooter and ISIS at all.
At all.
They think he, you know, at best,
Except for one phone call, which everybody reminds me. He said he was
he
tied.
mentions ISIS, but that doesn't make him tied to ISIS.
I agree.
So
He mentioned a whole lot of folks. He
yes.
said he was aligned with a whole lot of folks. Listen.
No, he said he called the Boston bombers his homeboys.
Believe
Okay, but
he
yeah.
invoked the Islamic State. Believe the Islamic State also took credit for it. Whether this was another example of leaderless jihad, which it may well have been, or whether actually, I mean, you know, I know she's on one of these news shows, but she obviously doesn't read accounts, or whether he was actually trained during one of his 2 trips to Saudi Arabia and perhaps visiting other countries to get that terrorist training. We don't know.
Or he was trying to prove something to Daddy. Mm-hmm.
To suggest that to suggest that this was connected to radical Islamic terrorism, there's no evidence to support that, which is what Sarah Haynes is suggesting.
No, it's too early in the investigation.
It's just absurd. She is a silly little person.
Oh, she's not a silly little person. She's an entertainment reporter.
Right. That's what I said.
Yeah,
she's
okay.
like Billy Bush, silly little people. Here's
But
another.
there's more, so let's move on, right? To this other woman.
No, I'm not done with Sarah
Oh,
Haynes yet.
Sarah spoke more?
I'm going to continue. I'm going to
God.
continue making fun of Sarah Haynes. Joy Behar, the grande dame of the
She's the matriarch of
august
the show.
panel.
I know Whoopi is, but, well,
Yeah. You thought Sarah Haynes was a moron?
it's Haynes, but yes, go on.
It's Haynes, whatever. Joy, John,
Stop it.
Jacqueline, whatever. Behar, listen to this nut job.
The thing about Trump, though, is that he's the recruiter in chief. He is For ISIS. He is basically working with ISIS to kill us. They are working together. Yes. Just remember what I'm saying. And why do you say this, Joy? Because every time you go after the Muslims and you talk about how they shouldn't come into the country and how they're all a bunch of whatevers, you are saying to ISIS, make another video to show people who are sympathetic to your cause. And don't think they haven't made many videos showing Donald Trump. He is a dangerous menace to the country. And I believe, and another point, one small point about the guns, which to me, I wake up in the morning, I'm so stressed out because people are actually continuing to say, have more guns. Since 2005, half of all mass killings have occurred in this country. In 2005 is when the assault rifle ban was lifted during the Bush administration, That is when half of all mass killings started, in 2005, since the ban was lifted. So ipso facto, there is a connection to the guns.
Can I also say that
Yeah. So Trump is working with ISIS to kill us.
That is the dumbest thing the woman's ever said.
And
by far.
And then it's cute that she tries to use a Latin phrase to sound intelligent. Someone who is such a simpleton, such a mope, that she does not understand the difference between correlation and causation. 2005 to present, the incidence of mass murders. Well, how many of
right here?
How many of those were committed with guns you want to ban? I guess every one, because you want to ban all guns.
I can't keep the revolver.
No, I'm sorry, Joy Behar.
What about my
says you can't.
candlestick in the billiard room?
So just take that in. I mean, I don't want to address this at length, because when you say that Trump is working with ISIS to kill us, I think we've heard enough from Joy Behar. Go sit in the corner, just be quiet. And then lastly, Cristela Alonzo.
She was guest hosting.
Yeah, she's like a stand-up comedian or something.
Oh, really? Is that what she is? I didn't know.
Allegedly.
I had that.
Listen to this.
It's interesting to me that it's very telling that the first thing they notice about the shooter is that that he's Muslim. Racially. Instead of exactly, and it's that thing where it's very telling to see the assumptions that are made. Hate is hate. We all know it.
Huh?
She also went on to say, and I don't know if we have this in here, but let me give a looky. Oh no, we don't. But if we did, I'll just paraphrase what she said. She said that life has been harder for her ever since Donald Trump decided to run for office, because she's a Latina. She's an American Latino, and she said that people stop her and ask her all the time if she's American. Just because, and she blames it on Donald Trump.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. One ridiculous comment followed by one apocryphal story. It's a nice combination, real 1-2 punch. We jump
She's
to
trying to stay on the show. She's trying to be a victim so that the producers will keep her on the show. We know how this works.
Jump to the conclusion that he's Muslim, and hate is hate, and the thing is, it's impossible to dissect some of what is said, because they don't know what they're saying. So if they don't know what they're saying, how can anyone else try and identify it, other than, as you say, just kind of combining phrases that are non sequiturs but all fall under the umbrella of victimology? I suppose that's as good an explanation as we're going to get for those four nitwits. George and Monique, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan, still think letting them vote was a good idea? Not
those four. Thanks for the call, George. Tom and Oswego.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Yeah.
Good morning, Ken and Amy. Joy Behar says that she wakes up every morning worried about Donald Trump. I'll tell you what worries me is listening to that little skit and then hearing the audience cheer like trained seals. That is what scares me, that they all agree with that.
Thanks for the call, Tom. I mean, that's exactly right. That's why we played those clips, is because there are people that listen to what you just heard from those four, and are clapping and shaking their heads. That should scare the daylights out of you.
Well, Christine, exactly what Cristela Alonzo said was, ever since Donald Trump announced his presidential candidacy, I've seen an uptick in people racially profiling me and assuming that I'm not American, just as they have been with the Orlando shooter, when there are other things to focus on. I'm like, that's exactly what you said.
What Miss Alonzo doesn't understand is when they're pointing at her, they're not saying, I wonder if that young lady is an American citizen. They're saying, oh, there's that stone-ass idiot I saw on The View.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Sunshine right now. It's going to be hot. It's going to be humid. A high of 91. We're at 69 degrees right now at O'Hare, and we can't rule out a strong thunderstorm in spots later today. And then tonight, a shower or thunderstorm early this evening. And then things are going to cool off. Tomorrow's going to be picture perfect. We're going to have mostly sunny skies, a few high clouds, 75 degrees. And don't forget to miss your tea time at Bolingbrook Golf Club. Now let's see how things are teeing up on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, those travel times are rising, Amy. Unfortunately, on the Edens inbound delay, start around Niles Center. It's 27 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, and outbound 23. The Kennedy, now 32 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37. The Eisenhower, it's an hour from Thorndale to downtown, outbound 42 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, 50 minutes from the Tri-State. Outbound 44 minutes to 3:55. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Outbound 20. Crash at 47th for the right lane. I-57 delay start at the Tri-State. 40 minutes from I-80 to the Ryan. Bishop Ford, 40 as well now. Northbound Tri-State, it's stop and go from Cicero to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway slow Roselle to 53 and Elmhurst Road onto the Kennedy. Reagan Tollway, Farnsworth to Eola, Winfield to Washington, and Roosevelt to the Tri-State. Veterans Memorial now getting heavy. Boughton to the Reagan Tollway and Findlay to Roosevelt. Jim Talamonte, the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
I'm Lou Dobbs. The Fed to announce today whether there's a rate hike in our future. Paul Ryan set to roll back regulations. Those stories next.
Hey, Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or your 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. But with the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can see them anytime. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% 5-star satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. You can trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-6993 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-6993. That's 1-855-222-6993. Or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
A decision on any possible interest rate hike due today. The Federal Reserve's two-day meeting, which began yesterday, concludes today. It's expected that an announcement will be made on interest rate hikes. Most investors watching markets overseas, some uncertainty about whether the British voters will choose to leave the European Union when they vote next Thursday. Polls show the vote will be extremely close, but leaving the European Union right now favored in each of those polls. Prime Minister Cameron lobbying hard to stay in the EU. House Speaker Ryan unveiling a 57-page plan to roll back Obama administration regulations. Ryan's agenda would curtail administration orders on energy, labor issues, the environment, and the financial services industry. Now the question is, what does Donald Trump, the presumptive nominee of the GOP and the party's leader, have to say about it all? Join me for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Dan Proft here. June is Men's Health Awareness Month. Guys, don't put off things you can accomplish today, especially when it comes to your health. If you're like me, you hate going to the doctor, but if you knew your appointment would take less than an hour and that you could feel better and have more energy, you'd probably make it a priority. That's what Low T Center can do for you. They make it easy to get your levels checked. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with their in-house certified lab, you'll know your results within 20 minutes. If you've noticed a decline in energy, stamina, or libido, you may have low testosterone. Low T levels make you feel tired and grumpy, can raise your cholesterol and weight. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. A Low T Center takes just minutes for results, and their services are covered by most health insurance. So make your health a priority and call Low T Center today at 630-581-5171. Tell them Dan Proft sent you. That's 630-581-5171. Or go to lowtcenter.com.
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
My name is Brian Cole. I'm a realtor locally here in Chicago with Catchline Properties. My buyers were actually sellers, and Townstone made it an incredibly smooth process from start to end. My buyer for the mortgage ended up getting an incredibly low interest rate. I make it a point to send all my buyers to get qualified through Townstone Financial. If there is a specific date we are looking to close on, Zach, Barry, and the rest of the Townstone Financial team will go out of their way to make it a point that things will get done and get done properly.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financials, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois, mortgage license C 6629 and NMLS 136639. Equal housing lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so we were talking about The View, and we've all lost IQ points by having to listen to those clips, but they were important. Greg in Schaumburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Hey, Amy, I need you to not let his head get too big as I make this statement, okay? Dan, you made an absolutely crucial point with the correlation and causation comment. And that seemingly is what I think America is really struggling with right now. Amidst all of the various things that are happening, how are they related and how do they then formalize into policy? And I just want to really compliment you because of everybody in the entire United States. I think Dan Proft is doing the best job of peeling that question back and presenting it in an understandable way for the American public.
Thank you very much.
The various things you're doing.
Thank you very much, Greg. And
oh my God, his head is getting bigger. I can't breathe.
I have to say, Greg, I really applaud you for making that observation, and I couldn't agree with him more, Amy. I mean, I think Greg is right on the mark. No, and just to Joy Barrer's point, we mentioned this before. Since the assault weapon ban sunsetted in 2004, the percentage of murders committed in this country with rifles that were banned under the previous ban for a decade has actually declined. It's less than 3%. I'm not saying that those people don't matter. I'm just saying order of magnitude, proportion of threat, and the instrumentality of evil versus evil, something that the President of the United States, Hillary Clinton, don't want to confront.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Congratulations to all who took the Balance of Nature New Year's Challenge. Success stories are pouring in. So many people have been helped through this incentive that I have asked Balance of Nature to continue this challenge for as long as possible.
I'll tell you what, this stuff is great. I haven't gotten sick. Everybody around me is coming down with that laryngitis. And it seems like it's all over the country. It's like a respiratory tract infection, and people lose their voice. And then it goes away, and then it comes back like 2 weeks later, and it's worse. I teach in a school. Half the teachers here, are sick. They're miserable. And I haven't gotten sick, and I swear it's this stuff. It's this fruits and veggies I'm taking.
Good health is just a phone call away. What are you waiting for? Call now and take the health challenge to get a free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Hey, I want to tell you about my friends at Guardian Security Services. Because here's the deal. If you're unhappy with your door staff or on-site security officers at your business or property, or you're just not receiving the services you were promised, there's no reason to tolerate it. Call my friends right now at Guardian Security Services to discuss your security officer needs. These guys are amazing. They've been Chicago's best for 41 years. They only assign the most professional, highly trained security officers in all of Chicagoland. Their vetting practices are exceptional. If you're finally ready to explore an alternative to your current security officer provider, then doggone it, do it. Pick up the phone right now and schedule a free security assessment with my friends at Guardian Security Services. Tell them me, Joe Walsh, sent you. Right now, call 708-385-3300. Again, 708-385-3300 or online at guardiansecurityinc.com.
No matter what type of business you're in, having a strong business banking partnership can help your bottom line. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We strongly believe that trust, service, and relationship are the cornerstone of a successful business banking partnership. Customers like Rick Williams of Pump Supply agree.
Hi, my name is Rick Williams, owner of Pump Supply Incorporated. As a business owner, I recognize the importance of relationships. I need a bank that understands my business and is able to respond quickly and creatively to the needs of my company. Cornerstone has been a valuable business partner and has helped me grow my company and seize opportunities as I come across them. Whether it's providing a line of credit or financing the acquisition of equipment or real estate, Cornerstone has been there for me every step of the way.
Thanks, Rick. Please visit cornerstonenb.com, or I invite you to give me a call at 847-654-3000 to explore a business banking partnership.
Equal Opportunity Lender, member FDIC.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Should we have been surprised that terrorists struck a soft target like a gay nightclub? Robert Spencer from Jihad Watch joins us at 7:07 to say no.
And the Orlando shooter's wife, strong connections to the Chicago area. We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, flash flooding hits the Chicago area overnight after storms that have cleared the area. Ebony and Jet magazine sold. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Imagine the horror. Being on vacation at Disney, watching your 2-year-old son get snatched up by an alligator. That boy is still missing. Fox's Evan Brown live in Orlando.
Dave, the boy was playing by the water's edge of the man-made Seven Seas Lagoon near Disney's Grand Floridian Resort. That's the big lake in front of the Magic Kingdom, when the gator, believed to be between 4 and 7 feet long, snatched the child near a no swimming sign. Deputies and rescue teams have been searching all night long.
Still a search and rescue operation. We are very hopeful. We are hoping for the best.
Then we lost our connection with Eben. He was playing a cut of Jeff Williamson with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. Again, the search continues for that boy. Days after the terror attack in Orlando, there's more grieving.
Stanley Almodovar III.
They read 49 names at a church service as a grand jury's been convened to consider charges against the shooter's wife.
They think she knew of his plans, knew of him buying the guns, and also may have helped Omar Mateen case the Pulse nightclub, also possibly have helped drive him here to the club.
That's Fox's Leland Vittert in Orlando. Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders had a long meeting. After the final primary voting ended last night, Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, Clinton clobbered Bernie Sanders in the D.C. Democratic primary, winning 79% of the vote. Later, the two sat down for the meeting to discuss unifying the party and defeating Republican Donald Trump. Sanders has said he wants to take his issues to the Democratic National Convention. And as voters went to the polls here in Washington, he showed no signs of ending his campaign.
But this fight, we learned from the investigation that the killer knew him. We're also going to look hard at our own work to see whether there is something we should have done different.
Sanders has said he'll tell supporters his next steps tomorrow via a live online video. Dave.
This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Skies are clear. We have 71 degrees. Storms have moved out of the area and across Lake Michigan this morning at 7:02. Here are the stories we're following. A Park District Commissioner in Fort Heights is accused of kidnapping a 9-year-old girl. Charles Howard has been charged with aggravated kidnapping and aggravated unlawful use of a weapon. A group of children found that girl asleep in Howard's backyard Saturday night and confronted him. When the kids went to his front door, Howard chased them away with a handgun. Charges are pending against a man captured on video being kicked in the head by a Chicago police officer during his arrest. Authorities say Shaquille O'Neal was taken into custody after police found 3 bags of heroin on him. His lawyer says those are trumped-up charges.
In my opinion, these are covered charges to cover for what these police officers did, which is the brutal stomping of Mr. Neal in the head.
The officer has been stripped of his police powers and placed on desk duty. A major heroin ring busted in southeast Wisconsin has its hands in Chicago as well. The U.S. Attorney for Eastern Wisconsin says 18 have been charged in a federal indictment. They arrested 17, including those here in Chicago. Governor Bruce Rauner says many bond buyers support his pro-business changes that he's pushing and want to invest in the state. So Thursday, Illinois will go to market on $550 million in bonds for improvements to roads and bridges. The governor's also urging the state's business community to help him push lawmakers toward a budget deal this month. AM 560's David Stewart is following the governor this month.
Governor Rauner told the Illinois Chamber of Commerce annual luncheon that he won't back down on his business-friendly reforms because the success of business will cure the state's problems.
Every challenge we face can be only addressed when you are successful. And that's why I'm all in for you to help you do that.
In the meantime, he said lawmakers should back the GOP stopgap budget bills to get through the election.
Please ask your elected officials, especially in the supermajority who are from your districts, please stand up and do the right thing.
But Democrats have their own stopgap budget bills. David Stewart, Chicago.
Ebony and Jet magazines based in Chicago for over 70 years, chronicling the lives of African Americans, have been sold to an Austin-based private equity firm Johnson Publishing will keep most of its staff in Chicago and retain other businesses. Chicago sports, Cubs over the Nationals 4-3. Tigers beat the White Sox 11-8. The News, a service of GNC. Fuel your summer fun at GNC. Top products fueling every athlete are buy one, get one half off. Fuel your training, your recovery, your wallet at GNC. Buy one, get one half off store-wide. Mix and match now through June 27 at GNC. It's 7:05. Time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com. 80 years of quality mechanical solutions for your business. And a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Personal finance is 80% behavior, 20% head knowledge.
Dave Ramsey.
The reason you're in debt is behavior, not math. The way you get out of debt is behavior, change, not math. You can't borrow your way out of debt. How many times have you heard someone say, I had a whole bunch of credit card debt and I paid it off by getting a second mortgage? You didn't pay it off, you moved it.
The Dave Ramsey Show, weeknights starting at 7, right before Michael Medved at 10. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-467-5125. That's 1-800-467-5125. 1-800-467-5125. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
7:06 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center, the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy is now very heavy with delays most of the way in from O'Hare. It's 55 minutes from the airport to downtown, 35 from Montrose, 25 in the Express. And the Express, as the exit to eastbound Congress is closed. Construction outbound 50 minutes from downtown to the airport. Eden's 30 minutes either way between Lake Cook and the Junction. The Eisenhower, an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, an hour from Manheim. Outbound 42 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 45 minutes. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57 to Bishop Ford, both 40 minutes from I-80 to the merge. Northbound Tri-State stop and go 111th to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway very slow. Elmhurst Road to the River Road Toll. Reagan Tollway 53 to 355 and 83 to the Tri-State. Veterans Memorial very heavy bout most of the way to Roosevelt. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast comes from the aircomfort.com Weather Center and our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Some sun today with a strong thunderstorm in spots. High of 91, an early evening shower or thunderstorm. Otherwise partly cloudy and humid tonight with a low 66. Cooler tomorrow with clouds and sun, high 75, and a mainly clear night, low 61. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
66 at O'Hare. Next news 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Illinois Rising, hosted by Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute. Sunday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
There's not been a moment in my 7.5 years as president where we have not been able to pursue a strategy because we didn't use the label radical Islam.
And I watched President Obama today, and he was more angry at me than he was at the shooter. And many people said that.
The fact is that unless you say what kind of extremism it is, you don't understand any connections. That's what makes Obama's refusal so incomprehensible and unnerving.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, learning more, as you suspect we will, with each passing day about the Orlando killer and now his family.
In particular, his wife.
His wife and his father, I'd say. His father is material in this case as well. And it's, frankly, what we're learning, and I was reticent to criticize because it is a difficult job, but what we're learning starts to call into question what FBI Director Jim Comey had to say on Monday.
We're also going to look hard at our own work to see whether there is something we should have done differently. So far, the honest answer is, I don't think so. I don't see anything in reviewing our work that our agents should have done differently, but we'll look at it in an open and honest way and be transparent about it. Our work is very challenging. We are looking for needles in a nationwide haystack, but we're also called upon to figure out which pieces of hay might someday become needles. That is hard work. If we can find a way to do that better, we will.
And the FBI said they're limited by government guidelines, too.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I mean, I have respect for Jim Comey, and I respect what he said, and I don't underestimate the job, and I don't even comprehend all of the challenges that someone like Jim Comey and his agents are presented with. But, and by the way, Adam Schiff, the senior Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, backed up what Jim Comey said about the FBI did everything they could with what they knew at the time with the two investigations in May of 2013 and July of 2014. But the problem is the two trips that the killer took to Saudi Arabia, 2011 and 2012. Boy, there's a lot of uncertainty about how he financed those trips and what he may have been doing on those trips. Was he being trained as a terrorist? Don't know that yet, but it's a question that's being raised. There's a look back at his life where you've got a former elementary school teacher as well as a grade school classmate of the killers saying that he threatened to bring a gun to school and kill everyone he didn't like. You have a renewed look at the relationship between the American-born Syrian suicide bomber that attended the same mosque as the Orlando killer. And that was looked at in July of 2014, and the conclusion was there was no connection. Just because they attended the same mosque doesn't mean the Orlando killer and the Syrian suicide bomber were part of some network or working in concert with one another. Well, that's getting a fresh look as well. So, I mean, I'm not assigning blame to the FBI. I'm not saying what should have happened, but it is questions that they do raise questions the FBI is going to have to answer.
Yeah, but now the FBI is looking into it, and a grand jury is convened to investigate his wife, Noor Salman Mateen, who, by the way, used to live in Berwyn and recently lived in Oak Lawn before she went down to marry her husband and move to Florida. But, I mean, they're saying that she's not a co-conspirator, but yet she drove with him, not around the corner, but 2 hours away to this Pulse nightclub. She allegedly went with him to buy ammo, and you're telling me she didn't know anything? They took her in for questioning. She still had her wedding ring on, and she had well-manicured nails and her designer purse, and I'm telling you, she knew something.
Well, there's a reason federal prosecutors convene the grand jury, and it's not because they don't think that she is a person of interest, probably that she will ultimately be charged if what has been rumored is true. Well, and they have the evidence to back that up about her participating in a material way. You can bet she's going to be charged, and that grand jury wouldn't be convened if they weren't going down that path.
According to ABC sources, though, they told the only reason why she started talking to the feds was because they showed her that they had video of her and her husband scouting out different locations. Well, okay. Particularly video from Disney World.
Thus the grand jury. But yes. So there's multiple questions. Of course there are in something like this. What, if anything, should have been seen and understood to prevent? And then
could she have stopped it?
The investigation after the fact to make sure all responsible parties are held responsible. Well, for more on this, we're now joined by Robert Spencer. He's the director of Jihad Watch. His most recent book, The Complete Infidel's Guide to ISIS. Robert Spencer, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You wrote a piece. I want to start in a different place than what we were discussing here, because you wrote a piece that was interesting to me. The idea that you had law enforcement looking at like amusement parks, stadiums. These are the soft targets that perhaps the terrorists would strike, but they suggest they never contemplated they would strike a gay nightclub. And you essentially say, why didn't you contemplate that? That's sort of an obvious place, an obvious soft target for radical Islamic terrorists to strike.
Yeah, it is an obvious target because Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, said that gays should be put to death. And they should have known that and been aware that that meant that somebody who takes Muhammad's word seriously might be scouting out a way to put gays to death. Now, the problem is that the Obama administration's official policy is that jihad terror has nothing to do with Islam. And so they don't study Islam in trying to understand the mindset of the terrorists. This is self-defeating, and it's getting people killed, and Omar Mateen's massacre in Orlando is proof of that.
Do you think that he did this to prove something to his father?
Well, see, this is another sign that the FBI drops the ball on this, that the father is an open supporter of the Taliban. And then he's going around this week saying the son was not radicalized. I think, how could he not have been radicalized growing up in that home where the Taliban is held up as the good guys? And remember, the Taliban has been known for killing gays themselves.
Well, that's right. And it's just sticking on the father for a minute here, too. I mean, now he's suggesting that he is an opponent of the Taliban, but he's got all of these videos on YouTube, some of which are rather bizarre. He seems to have delusions of grandeur, that he is more relevant to Afghan politics than he actually is, kind of projecting himself as some great reconciler of the conflict with Pakistan over the Pashtuns. But there's no evidence from those who are very familiar experts in the region that the father of the Orlando killer has any relevance at all. He essentially suggests he's just kind of a bit of a ancillary demagogue.
Yeah, and certainly a nut. But the problem is that his claim to oppose the Taliban now is contradicted by his plain words previously on repeated occasions. And so it's entirely reasonable to surmise that Omar Mateen grew up in a household where the Taliban was held up as noble and good and to be emulated.
Do you have any inside sources or know anything about his Omar Mateen's trips to Saudi Arabia in 2011 and 2012?
No, there's very little out there about that. It's the information is simply not available at this point. But you raised important questions before that we need to know who funded him and under what auspices he went, and those answers have not yet been forthcoming. The same thing with the mosque. The mosque connection with the first suicide bomber from the United States has been completely dismissed, and yet there is growing evidence that Mateen knew the suicide bomber. And you've got to wonder what is being taught at that mosque, and is it being investigated now when it has this track record now of 2 violent Islamic jihadis? That ought to be enough for a serious investigation and a shutdown if it's found to have been preaching jihad.
Robert Spencer, director of Jihad Watch, the book Complete Infidel's Guide to ISIS. So speaking of the Saudi Arabia trip, some experts have suggested, particularly one of his trips where he's, 4-star accommodations, and how was that financed? Some national security experts, counterterrorism experts have suggested you see individuals that become radicalized. They'll do some kind of trip like that financed by less than desirable elements. And they go to Saudi Arabia, but that's only as a kind of smokescreen to go somewhere else like Yemen to actually get training in terrorism. Is that a possibility? Is that something that needs to be explored further, that aspect of it?
Oh, very much so. Remember, going all the way back to John Walker Lind, the American Taliban, the young man from California who was captured fighting alongside al-Qaeda and the Taliban against American troops in Afghanistan. He first went to the Middle East, to Yemen, saying he was just going there to study Arabic. And Yemen is a gateway area for training of jihadis from the West. And so it's entirely possible that Omar Mateen made his way from Saudi into Yemen, which is very easy, and did so for the purposes of getting the training. I mean, obviously, look, his attack was very carefully and meticulously planned and implemented. He didn't just go in, snap, and go in and start shooting. He made very careful preparations, and he learned how to do that somewhere.
Yeah, and he knew how to hide, too, because according to some witnesses, he had been attending or going to the Pulse nightclub for at least 3 years, and he was on several gay dating apps. Do you think that he was pretending to be gay, or do you think maybe he was a latent homosexual, or what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think he might have been genuinely conflicted, and that his Islamic faith with the death penalty for gays was driving him crazy and making him think ultimately that he had to react. He had to lash out against this thing within himself that was endangering his soul. And what better way to get back into the good graces of Allah than to carry out the sentence he commanded for these people? And in Islam, there's this balance scale, and if your good deeds outweigh your bad deeds, you go to paradise, but otherwise you go to hell. So he had to do some great good deed in order to erase his homosexual attractions. I think that the fact that he went there for several years is a very key indicator as to why he just chose that place to start shooting when he had scouted out Disney World and other places.
Donald Trump has said, among other things, that certain mosques that have there's reasonable reason to believe that are incubators of radicalism should be monitored more closely than they are. Well, we've got two terrorists from the same mosque in Little Port St. Lucie, Florida. What should federal law enforcement, in your estimation, do about the mosque that has produced the two individuals we've discussed?
I believe that they ought to investigate the imam thoroughly, and if there are any records or any written records or audio records of sermons, should examine those very carefully, as well as interview the people in the mosque as much as possible, particularly about what was preached there, and that henceforth there ought to be monitoring such that the imam turns over audio tapes or transcripts of the sermons on a regular basis. And people will say, well, wait a minute, don't they have religious freedom? Of course, they have perfect religious freedom to do whatever they want. But somebody's going to be paying attention because there is clear reason to suspect that there is incitement to violence there.
All right. He is Robert Spencer. He's the director of Jihad Watch, the book, Complete Infidel's Guide to ISIS. Robert Spencer, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Sunshine right now. We had some strong thunderstorms roll through here this morning, but it's going to be hot and humid and sticky out there. Love that word. Dewy. A high of 91 degrees. Then tonight, a shower or thunderstorm early, and that's going to cool things off around here because tomorrow's going to be absolutely gorgeous. We're going to have mostly sunny skies, a few high clouds, and a pleasant high of 75 degrees. Travel times, here's Jim Telemonte.
Traffic, Amy and Dan, is gooey like molasses on the inbound Kennedy. Now it's heavy all the way in an hour from O'Hare to downtown. 35 minutes from Montrose, 30 in the Express, outbound 50 minutes to the airport. Edens, 30 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose, and delays on the eastbound spur as well. The Eisenhower, an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 47 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40 minutes. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57. 35 minutes, I-80 to the merge, the Mission Ford, 40. Northbound Tri-State delays are from 111th to 31st, and Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway now jammed, Higgins to 53, and Elmhurst to Lee. Heavy delays on the Reagan Tollway and the Veterans Memorial at a standstill from I-55 to Butterfield. There's a crash there in the left lane, 6 cars involved. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
My name is David Hochberg, Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. Stacy wanted to contact a realtor before purchasing a home in Plainfield. Bad move. Not getting pre-qualified by me before talking with the realtor is like sunbathing at the equator without suntan lotion. I pre-qualified Stacy to purchase a home and introduced her to Ron Wexler, my preferred Plainfield realtor. If you're purchasing a home, call me first. I'll pre-qualify you for free and introduce you to my experienced team of preferred realtors who will help you locate the perfect home. My team of real estate experts will always look out for your financial best interest. If you're buying a home, give me a call now at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License T4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
CertaPro painters are here for every stage of your life, from moving into a new home, creating the ideal nursery, to reinventing your living space. CertaPro painting experts create the perfect setting while you do life. They came to our home and brightened our walls and our moods so very quiet they wouldn't wake a baby. But the best part? They clean up after themselves so you don't have to do it. And now that spring is here, it is the perfect time to spruce up your home's exterior. Take a look at your home. Do you see chipping, peeling, fading? Well, leave it to CertaPro painting experts to refresh, renew, and protect your biggest investment, your home. Now is the time to call for your free estimate and schedule your exterior painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA, 1-800-GOCERTA. That's CERTA with the C. Or visit CertaPro.com today. CertaPro.com. CertaPro Painters, we do painting, you do life. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
You can hit it, run into it, knock it over, and it still won't fall over. What is this, you ask? It's the Wobble Light by ProBuild. It's a self-righting, portable, and virtually indestructible industrial work light. Ideal for applications requiring temporary high-output lighting for construction, manufacturing, utility, and much, much more. The Wobble Light, the brainchild of ProBuilt Professional Lighting, is the only self-right job site light available in the market. If you're in an industry that requires professional-grade portable lighting, turn to Chicago's very own ProBuilt Professional Lighting, manufacturers of portable job site lighting, designed for the pros. To view their catalog and much more, visit ProBuiltLighting.com. All lighting products are sold through construction, industrial, and electrical supply distributors. So ask for the Wobble Light by ProBuilt Professional Lighting. Visit ProBuiltLighting.com. A proud supporter of Operation Support Our Troops America and AM 560. For customer service, call 877-707-0800.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, Anderson Cooper spoke with Attorney General for the state of Florida, Pam Bondi. And this exchange is rather instructive because we're getting a lot of silliness in response to the massacre in Orlando, as we often do in response to these evil occurrences.
What aspect of silliness? Which angle is this? Because there's a lot of silliness.
Well, this is of the variety of essentially saying that if you are expressing condolences for the victims and their families, if you are castigating terrorists for attacking people who are gay because they are gay, a terrorist in this situation, maybe multiple terrorists, we'll see who else is charged, that you don't have the standing to do so if you've opposed, for example, the redefinition of marriage. It's such a bizarre line of argumentation. Well, you don't want me to be on board? I mean, I'm going to be on board anyway because I'm not interested in your opinion. But listen to Anderson Cooper, Gloria Vanderbilt's kid, and Pam Bondi, Florida State Attorney General.
I want to ask you, I saw you the other day saying that anyone who attacks the LGBT community, our LGBT community, you said, will be gone after with the full extent of the law.
Exactly right.
I talked to a lot of gay and lesbian people here yesterday who are not fans of yours and who said that they thought you were being a hypocrite, that you for years have fought, you've basically gone after gay people, said that in court that gay people, simply by fighting for marriage equality, were trying to do harm to the people of Florida, to induce public harm, I believe was the term you used in court. Do you really think you're a champion of the gay community?
Let me tell you, when I was sworn in as Attorney General, I put my hand on the Bible and was sworn to uphold the Constitution of the state of Florida. That's not a law. That was voted into our state constitution by the voters of Florida. That's what I was defending. Mm-hmm. Had nothing to do, I've never said I don't like gay people. That's ridiculous.
You did say, but do you worry about using language accusing gay people of trying to do harm to the people of Florida when doesn't that send a message to some people who might have bad ideas in mind?
That's ridiculous.
I mean, that was completely taken out of context, and the two are not even associated.
It's obscene, and she should have been much more forceful in rebuking Anderson Cooper. Language opposing the redefinition of marriage incites a terrorist massacre of gay people. I don't think so. In point of fact, and I've said this on the show before when we've discussed this topic, the redefinition of marriage or opposition to it has actually nothing to do with gay people. It has everything to do with children.
Maybe a mom who wants to marry a son?
No, it has everything to do with a child's natural right to his mother and father. That's where it comes from. That's why protecting marriage in its proper definition is so important. And redefining marriage will do harm to the entire society. And you'll see that, and you're already seeing it, but you'll see more of that. And I don't want to get too much off on a tangent about gay marriage, but to suggest that you take that position and that somehow you're no longer a champion for the gay community, who is Pam Bondi never projected herself as a champion of the gay community, whatever that
No.
means. And Anderson Cooper making that argument doesn't make him a champion of the gay community even though he's gay.
Yeah.
I don't care. The
asked that
quality
question
of his
because he is gay.
argumentation is what matters. The quality of the argumentation, and that is obscene and offensive. What Anderson Cooper tried to connect, for which there is no connection.
He tried to make it about him because he asked that question because he is gay.
If you're not on board with everybody's opinion, or perhaps it's not even everybody, because there are actual Dolce & Gabbana. Those are gay individuals who oppose the redefinition of marriage. So are they? Is their opposition Anderson Cooper also inciting violence? Ridiculous.
He made it sound like she wanted this attack to happen because she's not pro same-sex marriage.
Or there's hypocrisy there. No, there's no hypocrisy. I can disagree with you about redefining an institution that has a particular meaning and a particular importance, and also not want to see you dead. Those are very easy positions to reconcile. There's no hypocrisy there.
And now let's get back to the news.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
I have struggled with irritable bowel syndrome for 40 years. Really struggled with it. And I want you to know that since I have been taking Balance of Nature, I don't have it anymore. After 40 years, I'm 75 years old, and after 40 years of struggling with this, and, early on taking all kinds of medication and this, that, and the other thing, back in October, I was able to cancel my appointment with the gastroenterologist. Your products have made my life, they have improved the quality of my life so tremendously. I can't be grateful enough. So please thank you all, and please, if you ever have a chance to, please thank Dr. Howard.
Good health is just a phone call away. What are you waiting for? Call now and take the health challenge to get a free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Well, Mike Scott just told us that France and Belgium now on high alert, expecting, based on investigators' information, terrorist attacks, trying to obviously stop terrorist attacks based on the information they're obtaining. So go to Mike with more on that.
Dan and Amy, let's expound on that a little bit. These are actual reports from French security officials who talked to reporters this morning. Anti-terror investigators say they have been alerted that small groups of extremists have left Syria for France and Belgium with plans to stage terrorist attacks. An official with Belgium's International Intelligence Services also sent notes to his French counterparts about the possible groups who may be in those groups, and then it was broadcast to police across France on Tuesday. You may recall France is already on high alert, put there by President Francois Hollande because of the murder of the French police commander and his wife this week. Search teams have been working through the night to find the toddler who has been snatched by an alligator at a Walt Disney resort.
The father was there nearby, and the child was playing in the water, just a foot or so into the water, and the alligator came up and attacked.
Orange County Sheriff Jerry Demings this morning saying the gator grabbed the boy when he wandered into the Seven Seas Lagoon at Disney's Grand Floridian Resort and Spa. The wife of the Orlando gunman could be facing accessory to murder charges for not reporting the pending attack. Omar Mateen was killed by police after going on that shooting rampage at a gay nightclub that killed 49 and injured more than 50 more early on Sunday. Meantime, President Obama sat down with his national security team to review and intensify, he says, efforts to deal with ISIS.
The killer took in extremist information and propaganda over the internet. He appears to have been an angry, disturbed, unstable young man who became radicalized.
No comment yet from meetings between Hillary Clinton and rival Bernie Sanders. They met at a Washington, D.C. hotel yesterday after yesterday's primary. SpaceX sending 2 communication satellites into orbit this morning via their Falcon 9 rocket booster. A Park District Commissioner in Fort Heights is accused of kidnapping a 9-year-old girl. Charles Howard has been charged with aggravated kidnapping, and aggravated unlawful use of a weapon. And the FBI apparently warned the Chicago Police Department hours before it released a video of a white officer shooting a black teen, Laquan McDonald, that gang members were planning to ambush officers. That from an email sent November 24th, the day the video was released. Cubs over the Nationals 4-3. Tigers beat the White Sox 11-8. The news service of Napa Auto Parts. Get Pennzoil conventional oil for just $3.39 a quart this month at participating Napa Auto Parts stores. That's Napa know-how while supplies last. General States pricing, sales prices do not include applicable state, local taxes, or recycling fees. 7:35. Time to check weather in just a moment from your aircomfort.com Weather Center. 80 years of quality mechanical solutions for your business. And a check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher reacts to the Orlando terrorist attack.
There's got to be some common ground here between looking the other way, turning a blind eye to somebody who might very well do what this monster, this savage, this horrible terrorist did, and appreciating and accepting those Muslims who aren't willing to support or condone this in any way, shape, or form.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Get to B-Dubs now and try their new stadium-inspired menu. It's packed with food like their bacon double cheeseburger and loaded garlic fries. You'll be full for a full day of playoffs. Buffalo Wild Wings, beer, sports.
You know the name Barbara Walters. Now remember the company, Ameritrust Mortgage.
Ameritrust Mortgage was formed along with a talented professional staff that makes your mortgage process easy, swift, and cost-efficient for you, the home buyer, and for those who refinance. Ameritrust is all-inclusive, start to finish, the way lending should be. At Ameritrust, we believe it has been our privilege to have helped thousands of people over 30 years with purchasing or refinancing their home. We are here to help. Let us customize a loan program for your specific needs, FHA, VA, or conventional. At Ameritrust, the responsibility belongs to me. It's my name on the door. I am the president. I am Barbara Walters. Call Ameritrust now, 815-459-7303. Again, that number is 815-459-7303. Or visit us at am560myhome.com.
Ameritrust Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee number 720. NMLS number 217229.
Is your balance off due to a head injury? Is your head injury due to sports, auto accident, military service, a trip, slip, or fall? Get back on track. Researchers at the University of Wisconsin-Madison are conducting a clinical research study and are in need of participants who have difficulty with balance as a result of their head injury. If you're between the ages of 18 and 65, have experienced a mild or moderate head injury over 1 year ago, and now have difficulty with balance, you may qualify. Please visit headinjurytrial.com for more information and to find out if you qualify for this clinical research opportunity. Limited space is available, so please visit headinjurytrial.com or call 877-861-4652. Compensation of up to $2,000 is available for qualified participants. Visit headinjurytrial.com or call 877-861-4652.
Let's get an update on the roads in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the Veterans Memorial Tollway, Tollway northbound, 355. It's really a mess from I-55 to Butterfield, where a 6-car crash has moved to the left shoulder, and it's heavy Army Trail to 290 as well. Eden's 35 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 30. The Kennedy, an hour and 20 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 55 minutes. The Ike, an hour and 20 minutes from Thorndale to the post office, outbound 57 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95 to downtown. Tri-State delays are northbound from Cicero to the Hinsdale Oasis. The Cermak Toll to the Grand Avenue Curve. Traffic service of GNC. Fuel your summer fun at GNC. Top products to fuel every athlete are buy one, get one half off. Fuel your training, fuel your recovery, fuel your wallet. At GNC, it's buy one, get one half off store-wide mix and match. Now through June 27th at GNC. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Clouds breaking this morning, leaving behind hot and humid conditions through the midday. A strong thunderstorm may redevelop with a high of 91. 67 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals. Get more money for your home by listing with a real marketing expert.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, that music, of course, means it's time for Steve Moore, Chief Economist of the Heritage Foundation. But before we get to Mr. Moore, I just wanted to note this story coming out of testimony before Congress yesterday by ICE officials. At least 480,000 people overstayed their visas last year, adding to a backlog that's reached some 5 million total. Immigration agents launched investigations into just 10,000 of them, about 0.2%. Arrested fewer than 2,000, 0.04%.
Wow. You're so good with the numbers.
Lamar Smith, a Republican from Texas, said the Obama administration has increasingly lost sight of the problem, deporting 12,500 overstays in 2009 down to 6,800 in 2012 and only 2,500 last year, or less than 1 out of every 2,000 people that are here illegally just on the visa overstays. And so, immigration is an economic issue, but it's also a national security issue, and probably in reverse order. And you can be pro-immigration. You can want people to come here who want to build a better life for themselves. But you need to understand that those are the people that you're letting in. And I don't really understand why this is in such controversy, why the left is so adamant about walking blindly forward in terms of allowing what the president wants, 200,000 Syrian refugees who we know nothing about and have limited capacity to vet, combined with the fact that, rhetoric aside, since President Obama and Hillary Clinton are so, don't listen to what we say, look at what we do. Okay, well, look at what you've done. You've done nothing, and you're not serious about it. Thus, the rise of Donald Trump and potentially the rise of the Trump wall on the southern border, among other policies. For more on this, we're now joined by the aforesaid Steve Moore. Steve, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hi, Dan. Hey, Amy. Good morning.
Morning. So, what about this, the information yesterday, particularly in the context of the horrific massacre in Orlando over the weekend? And I understand the killer was here, born here. I understand his father was a naturalized citizen. But nonetheless, the conversation about knowing who's here and what they intend to do and having some sort of legal regime that the American public can feel confident about with respect to that matter.
Well, I think you nailed it when you said, you can be pro-legal immigration, which I certainly am. I'm an economist, and I think, the evidence is very clear that we benefit greatly as a nation by getting some of the best and brightest and hardest working people from the rest of the world coming into this country. So there's a little doubt about that. When immigrants come in legally through our lawful means and come here to contribute and work and create businesses, and it's a huge benefit to us. But it's funny, when I was out a couple weeks ago, you may recall I did a debate at University of Chicago against Austin Goolsbee, who's a friend of mine. He's a more liberal economist and has been doing a lot of work with Obama and probably advising Hillary. And, this subject came up, and they were making fun. It was a fairly liberal audience, and they were making, because it was, David Axelrod's politics group out there. And they were making fun of Trump. He wants to build a wall. This is so stupid, blah, blah, blah. And I said, look, I'm not adamant about building a wall, but I said, look, the American people are angry and fed up with Washington doing nothing and by the way, not just under Obama, but under Bush and prior to that, and under Clinton. Nothing has gotten done to stop illegal immigration or to try to deal with people who come over the border illegally or people who are overstaying their visas. And I said to Austin, if you don't want to build the wall, what do you want to do to reduce illegal immigration? And you know what he said?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Right.
Nothing.
They don't want to do anything. You know, they don't have any solution whatsoever. So, you know, they make fun of them. Oh, it's going to cost too much to build a wall. You know, I thought, you know, I have to say Trump has some great moments. And, you know, remember when he was going, you can't build this wall. It's going to be too expensive, too hard to build a wall. It's like, I built 500 high-rise, sky-rise, you know, buildings. How hard can it be to build a wall? But my point is, I don't think the liberals, the leftists, is at all serious about illegal immigration. They have no solutions whatsoever.
Well, if you have 480,000 people who overstayed their visa last year, what kind of toll does that take on our economy?
Well, I don't know what those people are doing. A lot of them are probably, you know, tourists who overstay. But the point is, they're not. Look, as I said at the University of Chicago thing, what part of illegal don't you get? I mean, they're breaking the law, and this idea that we're just going to turn a blind eye towards this. Look, 95% of the people who overstay their visa are, you know, are not criminals, and they're not terrorists, but, you know, a few of them might be. And my friend Art Laffer had the best, you know, metaphor for what Trump is talking about. He said, you know, everybody's making fun from, oh, no, you know, he says, we're not going to take immigrants from Muslim countries. And, oh, you can't do that, blah, 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 all this political correctness. And Laffer said it well best. And he said, look, if I gave you guys, if I came into your studio there and gave you a big bowl of M&Ms, and I know, Dan, that you can't resist M&Ms. So I give you this big bowl of M&Ms, but I tell you one of them is poison. Are you going to eat any of them?
Yes.
He's going to eat all of them because I'm going to force them down his throat.
I'm going to roll the dice.
I mean, maybe the idea that, well, just a few of them are going to be terrorists. Well, that's all it takes. Folks. All it takes is one or two of them to be terrorists. So we got to get serious about this. And right now, look, I think the media coverage of those two speeches of Hillary versus what Trump said in response to those to what happened in Orlando. I mean, Hillary, listen to her speech, folks. She just said, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. We're going to tweak a little thing here and there. And Trump said, we're going to do some stuff really radically different to deal with this terrorist threat, which I think we're at the beginning stages of, not the ending stages of.
Yeah, and not to be crass and political about this, but this is a political campaign, and we're 5 months away from an election. And a Bloomberg poll has Hillary, it's a bit of an outlier, but nonetheless, snapshot, Hillary ballooning out to a 12-point lead. You would think that, as you suggest, Donald Trump saying we're going to do something about these problems that we've all identified, we all agree are problems, would inure to his benefit, but it doesn't seem to be to this point.
Well, those polls are pre-Orlando. They don't take into account, you know, what happened over the weekend.
Yes.
Look, Republicans, and especially Trump, is going to kill Hillary on the terrorism issue because she has no anti-terrorism agenda. I mean, literally, her speech was, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing, and then she attacked Trump. This is going to be, look, Trump had a really bad 10 days or so. You know, the whole thing blowing up about the Mexican judge. I mean, that was just a terrible, worst period of his, you know, his presidential race was the last 10 days. He's going to recover from that. And, you know, when he starts talking about, he's got some really good economic advisors, guys. He's got some.
Is that one like Steve Moore?
Yes.
Who's this Steve Moore you speak of?
I've heard good things about his work. Yes.
Well, by the way, I'm not just, you know, I'm doing this in partnership with my friend Arthur Laffer and Larry Kudlow, two great Reaganite economists. And, you know, I got to say, the program that we're working on with Trump, and, you know, he's on the economic stuff. He's fantastic. I mean, he wants to cut the taxes. He wants to get rid of the regulations that are just strangling business. He wants to repeal Obamacare. He wants a pro-America energy policy. I mean, you look at his economic agenda. I mean, this is something that is going to, you know, be performance-enhancing drugs for the U.S. economy, something we haven't had for 15 years.
All right. He is Steve Moore, Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation.
One quick thing,
yes.
Dan, before I go.
Yes,
All right.
Yes.
I am going to be on Monday. I hope you guys come. I have a special invitation to both you and Amy, a Union League Club on Monday to promote, to do talk on my new book, Fueling Freedom. I hope you guys can come.
Yes. Yeah.
And everyone.
What time?
Everyone. I want thousands of people there. So anybody
you got to dress up to go to the Union League.
At 11:30 on Monday.
Yeah, no Daisy Dukes.
No,
Amy.
Yeah,
and I can't wear
Dan.
my Daisy Dukes either, so it's equal across the board. Steve Moore, we'll see you on Monday. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
See you guys. Take care.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine right now, and it's going to be hot and humid, a high of 91 degrees, and there's going to be some strong thunderstorms later this afternoon into early this evening. And after that, we're going to have a major cool down, as they say. We're going to have tomorrow some clouds and sun. Great day for the golf tournament, a high of 75 degrees. Let's get those travel times. Anything great on the roadways? Here's Jim Talamonte.
Amy, it's very heavy on northbound 355, the Veterans Memorial Tollway. Delays are from I-55 to Butterfield with a 6-car crash on the left shoulder and stop-and-go Army Trail to 290. The other tollways are very heavy, too. And at Kennedy, it is an hour and 20 minutes, so O'Hare to downtown. Just a mess from Canfield to the Circle. 45 minutes from Montrose and 40 in the Express. The Ohio feeder's jammed, and the exit to eastbound Congress is closed for construction. About 55 minutes downtown to O'Hare, the Eisenhower. An hour and 20 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop. An hour 5 from Manheim. Outbound, an hour and 8 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, 40 minutes. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State delays are Cicero to 31st and from the Cermak Toll to the Grand Avenue curve. Jim Talamonte, Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Dan Proft here. June is Men's Health Awareness Month. Guys, don't put off things you can accomplish today, especially when it comes to your health. If you're like me, you despise going to the doctor. But if you knew your appointment would take less than an hour and that you could feel better and have more energy, you'd probably make it a priority. That's what Low T Center can do for you. They make it easy to get your levels checked. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with their in-house certified lab, you'll know your results in 20 minutes. If you notice a decline in energy, stamina, or libido, you may have low testosterone. Low T levels make you feel tired and grumpy and can raise your cholesterol and weight. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. A Low T Center takes just minutes for results, and their services are covered by most health insurance. So make your health a priority and call Low T Center today at 630-581-5171. Tell them Dan Proft sent you. That's me. That number, 630-581-5171, or go to lowtcenter.com.
Hello, everyone, and here we go again with Karen Lewis and the Chicago Teachers Union demanding more money from the Chicagoland taxpayers. Well, I say enough is enough. The teachers get paid from the property taxes that homeowners pay every year. If the teachers union gets more money, that means your property taxes are going to go higher. This is Tom Marabali, your health insurance advocate and independent representative for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and other health insurance carriers. For months now, I have been telling you about purchasing health savings account PPO plans that will cost you approximately 40% less in monthly premiums than you're currently paying now. Well, the same thing applies to the teachers union. I can show the union that they can purchase a more comprehensive health insurance plan that is in full compliance with the Affordable Care Act and will cost the taxpayers up to 40% less in monthly health insurance premiums. For more information, you can call me at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
I'm Dan Proft with an Upstream Idea brought to you by the Illinois Policy Institute. 27. Illinois state employees, on average, receive total compensation 27% higher than their private sector counterparts. State employees made nearly $4,000 more in wages and $13,000 in benefits than private sector employees. More than half of state workers will retire before the age of 60 with a guaranteed state pension. The state is in a financial death spiral with ground impact imminent. So keep this in mind as Governor Bruce Rauner breaks off contract talks with AFSCME, the state's largest public sector union. AFSCME has been unwilling to give on its demands for annual step increases of 3.8%, in addition to annual general wage increases. The lowball estimate of the cost of what AFSCME demands is $1.6 billion. That's $1.6 billion more from Illinois families who already pay the highest property taxes in the nation. This is Governor Rauner's moment of truth. He ran for office saying he is not a politician. He said he is a businessman who will make the difficult decisions to turn around the state he loves. We're about to find out if that's true. For more Upstream ideas, visit upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
AM 560, The Answer.
Amy, we have a lot of problems to confront these days. Perhaps none more pressing and underreported than underpaid members of Congress. Did you realize this was...
Oh, no.
It's a national problem. The members of Congress, the House, make $174,000 a year, which is a little more than 3 times the median household income in this country.
And how many days of days of the year do they have to report to Congress, to the floor, the House floor?
Too many. Because I prefer they just stay away.
Okay.
That means our wallets are safe if they're not in session. But Alcee Hastings, he's a 23-year member of Congress, Democrat from Florida, Fort Lauderdale area. he took to the House floor to take up the cause for these downtrodden, underpaid congressmen who haven't had a cost of living increase in 9 years. Listen to what Alcee Hastings has to say and tell me if it doesn't touch your heart.
I won't even go into the salary and the cost of living adjustment, but to say that people find it surprising that we are entering with this legislation in 2017, year 9, without a cost of living increase for members of Congress. I wonder if that's causing some of them to live in their offices. Yeah. I wonder if it's causing them to breach tax considerations when they do that, and perhaps even ethical considerations, but I won't go into that.
No, they're turning to a life of crime. Women are becoming prostitutes, men drug dealers. There's even cockfighting going on because they have to gamble to make money to survive.
It's that serious. There's no question. I mean, it is.
That's why rent is so high in D.C. because the lawmakers make so much money.
Rent's too damn high.
That's what I was thinking. We got to get the rent too damn high, man.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Alcee Hastings makes a great point. People have no idea that members of Congress are making $174,000. That's really what they don't know. And he goes on.
I make no apologies to anybody for how hard I work or how hard he works, and the fact that we are entering our 9th year without a pay raise. Now, I think it's wrong for members of the House of Representatives to live in their offices. I think that there is an ethics provision that needs to be addressed, and I think there's a tax consideration that needs to be addressed. And the public does not understand that nearly 100 members, including the Speaker of the House of Representatives, live in their offices. Something is drastically wrong with that. Most of them are there for the reason that they can't afford to live in this town. And somehow or another, we are deserving, as are our staffs, deserving of being paid appropriately. Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, Amy and I are...
Jenny has to try to save money by living with another person, another man.
Bad example. Amy and I are going to, and maybe this is something that all of us can do together as a community.
Yeah.
Let's adopt a congressperson.
Oh, start a GoFundMe page.
Adopt specific congresspeople and put together the money so that they no longer have to live a life in squalor, making only $175,000 a year, plus the Cadillac health care, plus the pension, plus the taxpayer-funded office, plus the taxpayer-funded district. Let's end the insanity of treating our ruling class in a less than they deserve, of not financing a lifestyle to which they've become accustomed.
It's too damn high. I say the rent is too damn high.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
Elon Musk, the entrepreneur behind PayPal and SpaceX, explained why he believes America is the world's leader in innovation. Quote, "The U.S. is more open to new ideas than any country in the world. It is a country that tends to encourage success. Where you see someone that did extremely well, generally the reaction in the U.S. is good for them. In most countries, that's not the reaction. People tend to think, oh, that person did well because they screwed somebody else," end quote. What makes prosperity and progress possible? A culture that values reason, science, and freedom. One that admires achievement and success. Today, opponents of economic inequality are trying to change America to envy and demonize success. To learn how to stop them, listen to my show. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
Oh, I got a great night's sleep last night. All thanks to MyPillow. You know, it conforms to your neck and back. It helps with chronic neck and back pains. But, you know, it's another health reason why you should get a MyPillow, because 82% of the people do not know that you're supposed to change pillows every 2 years or less. Why? Because pillows absorb dead skin, dirt, skin oils, and my favorite, dust mites. And that can cause allergies, acne, asthma, and who knows what else. So if you haven't already done so, you need a washable MyPillow, and so does your dad. Father's Day is right around the corner. Order one today. You can have it by Sunday. And right now we still have the 2-for-1 deal. So go to MyPillow.com, type Amy in the promo code, 2 pillows for the price of one. So keep one for yourself and give one to Dad. Give him a great night's sleep, and it's a health investment. MyPillow.com, promo code Amy, or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
we have the former Mexican president Vicente Fox at 8:08. He learned English at high school in Wisconsin.
Really?
Grandfather is from Cincinnati. 2 swing states. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm thinking Ola.
I'm thinking Trump running mate at 8:08.
Now here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, flash flooding hits the Chicago area overnight after storms. The FBI warning Chicago police of planned ambush attacks last year. We'll have details. Clouds breaking, a hot day ahead. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. After the shock of seeing an alligator snatch their little boy away, parents from Nebraska on vacation at Disney World are still hoping for a miracle.
As a dad personally, I know that I would be heartbroken, crestfallen. You give me the adjective, I would be it right now.
Jeff Williamson with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. The gator got the 2-year-old as he waded into the edge of a lake at the Grand Floridian Resort, where swimming's prohibited. His parents tried but failed to save him. In the search this morning, divers aren't in the water.
It'd be like looking for a needle in a haystack right now. The smarter thing to do right now is to search the water via sonar with boats. If you get a hit with the boat, then that would be an idea. That would be a way for you to look for something.
Days after the Orlando terror attack,
we're all participating together in seeking God's presence.
More than 1,000 people were at last night's church service. Meanwhile, in the probe into the shooter, Omar Mateen's wife is under scrutiny.
They are now looking at Noor Salman. She is the wife of Omar Mateen, the shooter. They have convened a grand jury to possibly charge her with accessory to murder, accessory to attempted murder, and failure to notify the FBI. They think she knew about her husband's plans, knew about him buying the guns.
Fox's Leland Vittert in Orlando. After the last voting, a long meeting for Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders last night. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, Clinton and Sanders sat down for around 90 minutes for a meeting both campaigns described as positive. However, Sanders has not conceded the nomination, and as voters went to the polls here in D.C. yesterday, he sounded like he would continue on.
It is standing up for working people. It is fighting for a progressive agenda.
Clinton beat Sanders in the final primary of 2016 by 79 percentage points. The two reportedly discussed unifying the party and working together to defeat Republican Donald Trump. Dave.
Rachel, there's a new terror concern in Europe. Intelligence reports a possible terrorist have left Syria, headed for France and Belgium to stage attacks. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
70 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. A Park District Commissioner in Fort Heights this morning is accused of kidnapping a 9-year-old girl. Charles Howard has been charged with aggravated kidnapping and aggravated unlawful use of a weapon. The incident happened Saturday night. Charges pending against a man captured on video being kicked in the head by a Chicago police officer during his arrest. Shaquille O'Neal was taken into custody Monday. Police found 3 bags of heroin on his person. His lawyer says the charges are being trumped up and being used to cover up excessive force.
In my opinion, these are covered charges to cover for what these police officers did, which is the brutal stomping of Mr. Neal in the head.
The officer has been stripped of his police powers and placed on desk duty. Ebony and Jet magazines, which have chronicled African-American life for the past 71 years, have been sold to an Austin-based private equity firm, Johnson Publishing, saying they are retaining much of their Chicago staff and some in New York. First magazines hit newsstands in 1945. Cubs over the Nationals 4-3. Tigers beat the skidding White Sox 11-8. The news, a service of Napa Auto Parts. Get Pennzoil conventional oil for just $3.39 a quart this month at participating Napa Auto Parts
through friends, I went to the airport
while supplies
when she came last
General
Sunday to
States
Mexico
pricing.
to welcome her, to receive
not
her,
include
and she
applicable
graciously,
state or
like
local taxes
compassionate
or
leader,
recycling fees.
Mexicans that come to the
8:03
United
time for the
States
AM
without
560 business
any
beat
education.
from the
They
Fox
don't even
Business
know
Network
how to
and
read
the
or write
service
many
of
times.
Turnkey.pro.
But they come along.
Here's Hillary
They work
Barsky.
hard. They go out on the harvesting field. They are hungry to
Fox
progress.
Business Network, most
We
of the
need
stock market
to
rising
wake
today
up
as investors take a
that
break from the
citizen.
sell-off over the past
We
week.
need to
Wait
take
for
him
Fed's
away
upcoming
from the
decision
cheap.
on interest
Yes.
rates. Ebony and Jet
I'm
magazines,
humble
which
enough
have chronicled African American
leader
life for the
should
past
be.
71 years,
Compassionate leader.
have been sold to Austin, Texas-based
If I
private
offended
equity
you,
firm
I'm sorry.
Clearview Group. A
But
study
what
says
about
premiums from
the other way
popular
around?
low-cost medical plans under the federal health care law are expected to go up an average of 11%
I
next
declare,
year. It found that premiums
I'm not
for
gonna
level of
pay for
insurance
that.
called the lowest cost silver
Oh,
plan will
he
rise
should pay
in
for
12
it.
of
He's
14
got the
metro
money.
areas.
If you-
Disney
Are you
getting
afraid that
ready
he's
to
gonna
open
be
its
the next
first theme
president
park in
of the United
mainland
States? What would
China
that mean?
tomorrow.
What would
Disney
that mean for
CEO
McDonald's?
Bob Iger
Democracy
says
cannot
the
take
debut
us
of
to
Shanghai Disneyland offers his company incredible potential for boosting its brand in the world's most populous market. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Hillary Barsky.
8:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
There's a lot going on in the world.
A crazy election, international terrorism, a rocky economy, a state budget crisis.
Meanwhile, you're busy. Too busy to wait for some goofy talk show host at another radio station to finish talking about last night's baseball game or yesterday's viral internet video. You need information and what it means. Now, you need answers. That's why we're here with only the news, opinion, and insight you need. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Not available in all states.
Whoa, what do you have there?
It's a recent Irvy's frozen yogurt. We just had our robot make one.
A robot made your frozen yogurt?
Yes, the world's first fully interactive robot vending machine that serves 9 flavors of delicious yogurt with 6 amazing toppings. And it's available for an exclusive franchise opportunity.
How do I get my own recent Irvy's robots?
It's easy, but you better act now. Locations and machines are going fast. Just go to froyofranchising.com. That's froyofranchising.com. Check it out now, froyofranchising.com.
When I hear realtors boast about servicing a 3-county area or selling a home every 15 minutes, I think, what level of service could their clients possibly be getting? This is Chris Jacobs with Century 21 affiliated in Inverness, and my message is a little bit different. If being a realtor for more than 20 years has taught me one thing, it's that all real estate is local. While I can't say I'm the #1 realtor in the country, I can tell you that over the past 10 years, I've sold more homes in Inverness than anyone else. My team specializes in Inverness, Palatine, and Arlington Heights. We pride ourselves on providing our clients exceptional customer service and local market knowledge. So if you're selling your home or looking to purchase a property in our area, then call me, Chris Jacobs, at 847-401-4859. That's 847-401-4859. Or visit us at chrisjacobshomes.com.
Each office independently owned and operated, an equal housing opportunity.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-467-5125. That's 1-800-467-5125. 1-800-467-5125. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
It's 8:08 in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. That means a look at the roads. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Northbound Veterans Memorial Tollway traffic is completely jammed from I-55 to Butterfield with a 6-car crash on the left shoulder. Then it's slow from the Army Trail Toll to 290. Edens is 35 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose outbound 40 to Kennedy. An hour and 20 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. 45 minutes from Montrose. 40 in the Express. The Ohio feeder's jammed. The exit to eastbound Congress is closed. Outbound 55 minutes downtown to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour and 25 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. An hour 5 from Manheim. Outbound an hour and 8 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40 minutes. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th for the loop. Westbound Tri-State, stop and go Cicero to 31st, and from the Cermak Toll to the Grand Avenue Curve. Southbound, we now see delays from I-90 to Balmoral, stalled truck in the left to center lane. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, clouds give way to some sun. It will be hot with a strong thunderstorm in spots early, then another late in the day. High of 91, a shower or a thunderstorm early this evening, otherwise partly cloudy tonight, low 66. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
72 at O'Hare. It is 73 along Chicago's lakefront. Next news at 8:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour Radio Show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560 The Answer. Brought to you by Pure Shale Financial Group.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
There's not been a moment in my 7.5 years as president where we have not been able to pursue a strategy because we didn't use the label radical Islam.
And I watched President Obama today, and he was more angry at me than he was at the shooter. And many people said that.
The fact is that unless you say what kind of extremism it is, you don't understand any connections. That's what makes Obama's refusal so incomprehensible and unnerving.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, Amy, former Mexican President Vicente Fox has had kind of an interesting running
relationship?
Involvement in the U.S. presidential campaign. And I think it's perfectly appropriate that a former president of a country that has as an important relationship with America and has as much impact on America and vice versa comment. I don't see any problem with him interjecting himself into the presidential race. But it's the way he's interjected himself that has been the source of some controversy. He started out his initial response to Trump's proposal to build a wall and make Mexico pay for it was this.
I declare, I'm not going to pay for that wall. He should pay for it. He's got the money.
Are you afraid that he's going to be the next president of the United States? What would that mean? What would that mean for Mexico?
No, not at all. Democracy cannot take us to crazy people that doesn't know what's going on in the world today.
And that was before Trump was the presumptive nominee of the Republican Party, of course.
And then what happened after he became the presumptive nominee?
Well, Vicente Fox kind of walked that comment back in a little bit, extended a bit of a rhetorical olive branch, if you will.
Yes, I'm humble enough, as leaders should be, compassionate leader. If I offended you, I'm sorry. But what about the other way around?
Well, and then there was, after that apology, there was more public disagreement with Donald Trump and some of the things he was saying about U.S. immigration policy. So where does that relationship stand right now? We're pleased to be joined by former Mexican President Vicente Fox to answer that question. President Fox, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
No, a pleasure, and a great saludo to all my paisanos from the Chicago, Illinois area. I have many, many friends. Many of them came from my own farm back here in Guanajuato. They migrated a long, long time ago. They've been there for a couple of generations, and I'm very proud of them. They're hardworking people, loyal people. So, buen dia, paisanos.
And by the way, just as a quick cultural aside, the mummies of Guanajuato, they made their way through the Chicagoland area, this incredible exhibit, the famous mummies of Guanajuato, just a couple of years ago. I remember that.
Yes, they are resting in peace right there in the city of Guanajuato, which is a human heritage city of United Nations, and it's a beautiful town, an old mining town, that has underground streets that used to be the tunnels of the mines. Beautiful place to visit, as well as San Miguel de Allende, and of course San Cristobal, where the first presidential library outside of the United States is located. This is the farm where my grandfather came as a migrant back in 1895. Without a penny in his pocket, he came looking for his American dream, and he found it here in Mexico, and now we've been there for 5 generations, and there is where the presidential library is.
Well, President Fox, your grandfather you're referencing, he's from Cincinnati. You went to Campion High School in Wisconsin for a year, where I understand you learned English. So those are 2 swing states in the presidential election, Ohio and Wisconsin. I'm wondering if maybe there's the possibility that you'll have a Trump Vicente Fox ticket.
Well, I was listening about you're wondering around why a former president gets so involved in this process. One of the reasons is precisely that. I'm, in a way, half American. Half of what you see in my body is American blood coming from Cincinnati, Ohio. Number 2, because the seat of the President of the United States in the White House has such an enormous power around the world, has the obligation and the commitment of leadership around the world. So really, U.S. citizens are not only electing the president of the nation, they're also electing the leader of the world, of the free world, of the democratic world, the leader not only to promote economic development and reduce poverty, share income, but the leader of peace, of harmony. And that's why the United States gets so much involved in foreign affairs. And it's because of that power that seat has got. And that's why I get so much involved, especially when I'm really worried about what might happen if some of the policies proposed by Trump would be in the White House. That would be a great danger and warning to the rest of the world. I go around the world doing conferences. I belong to the Club de Madrid, where 95 former presidents and former prime ministers, including President Clinton, belong. That's a community of leaders that we promote peace and harmony around the world, that promote economic development, harmony, and all of us have the same feeling. This cannot happen on the country that has the responsibility of leading the world.
President Fox.
Yes.
Hi. Thank you so much. Buenos dias. It's an honor to have you on the program. And you had said recently, and gone back and forth about your position on Donald Trump, but he did say if he build the wall, he's going to make the Mexican people pay for it. I don't personally think that that's going to happen. I don't know how many people believe him, but do you think Donald Trump is racist? Do you believe Donald Trump hates Mexicans?
Well, that's totally inconsistent. You see, he cannot do that. Even if he is saying that he would, he cannot do it. How can you oblige a nation? How can you oblige 120 million Mexicans? How can you oblige a foreign government to pay for a wall that is going to be built within the United States? That wall is going to be paid by those who are listening to me. It's a stupid wall. It has no reason to be built. It doesn't serve any good purpose because the wall is being there, and things happen. And we have such a strong relationship that over 1 million people cross that border every day. And about half of that million is Americans that come to Mexico to work, that come to the border to do business, and the other half is Mexicans. They go to the other side, either to school or they go to the U.S. side for other purposes. It's a common border that we share. We share the problems and the challenges, as well as we share the opportunities that border builds to two countries that have decided long ago to be friends, to be partners through NAFTA, and NAFTA has been the best tool for economic development of both of our nations.
Well,
because that's why, Yes.
Well, let me ask you this then. Why is it that so many Mexican nationals are fleeing Mexico to come to the United States, and what does that say about the situation in Mexico?
Well, of course, my grandfather, an American citizen, migrated to Mexico. So migration is a two-way street. And it's the opportunity that many people around the world have to improve their conditions, have to improve their income and their quality of life. It's an issue that is all over the world. Now, migration flows have to be controlled, has to have order. They have to be legal. So I'm not for open borders. I'm for well-structured framework to administrate that flow. That I can think about the other over 100,000 U.S. American citizens work in Mexico, have migrated to Mexico to work, or have migrated to Mexico to live. So today the world is flooded. And not understanding that shows that Trump is very ignorant of what's going on around the world.
Well, but if you believe if you don't believe in open borders and you believe there should be some regulation so people know who's coming into this country and people should be in whichever country they're in legally, then do you have any issue with what Trump has said and others have said that people that are here illegally, whether it's overstaying a visa or illegally coming across the border, those people should be deported, not assimilated, and not provided benefits?
Yes. Both nations have been very, very active on this issue. Number one, President Bush administration and President Fox administration worked together to put together the bill that today is still sitting in Congress of the United States and has not processed it. That bill in relation to migration was prepared by Senator Kennedy and Senator McCain, a bipartisan formula that introduced that bill into U.S. Congress around year 2003. And it's been sitting there without being processed. In that bill is precisely the answer about ordering the flows in the border, about solutions for those 10 or 11 million Mexicans that they say that are there in the United States. I can assure you that most of them, the large majority of them, do have a job. And somebody's hiring them and somebody's paying them for their very fruitful, honest, and diligent work.
Well,
now,
but President Fox, if I could just interject, President Fox, I mean, yes. when you were president of Mexico, you provided only legal residency to a small percentage of Guatemalans who had entered Mexico illegally. But you're advocating in terms of, you're talking about the legislation, the Gang of Eight legislation. Yeah. You're advocating that the United States provide amnesty for essentially everybody who is here illegally at present. Did you see any distinction between those two?
That's the second point. Point number one, the solution is sitting in U.S. Congress, and it's a solution for both of us, for Mexico, for United States. Out of that bill, there are commitments to Mexico that we have to comply with to create the jobs, to create the opportunities in Mexico. And we've been working on that. As far as today, the flow has reversed. Now there are many more Mexicans coming back from United States to Mexico, back to their families, back to work here in Mexico, because now we have the opportunities. Mexican economy is performing extremely well. But then you have Central America. The big flow today of migrants coming to North America, coming to United States, comes from Central America, and they come through Mexico. We're trying to do our best to withhold them with humanitarian programs and getting them and sending them back, but the flow is too intense. At the very end, it's an economic problem. Let me tell you, NAFTA, and this is the third point. When NAFTA started 25 years ago, the difference, the gap between income for a person working in the U.S. side of the border or the Mexican side was a 10-to-1 difference. So you will learn to swim, cross the Bravo River, and you move your salary, your income from $1 to $10. Who is not going to move up without such a strong incentive? Now, NAFTA has performed extremely well because today that gap is 5 to 1, 25 years after. So it's being reduced. And I am sure if we keep working like we're doing, United States and Mexico as partners, as North America, that gap in the next generation, the next 20, 25 years, it would be a 1-to-1, just like it is on the Canadian border. So we are working, we're moving ahead. So coming up with this crazy ideas of walls and not understanding that we are partners through NAFTA, trying to impose taxation to imports of United States like Trump is proposing, that is killing the opportunities, the future opportunities of the U.S. economy.
But
it's really going to get worse.
But President Fox, I don't understand why there's such obsession with a wall or some other barrier at the border to protect the integrity of the border. You said you're not an open borders guy. Nations should be able to protect their borders. There's reason to do that. And if you have a legal regime that provided for legal immigration, as you also suggest, then why is there such obsession with a wall or any other barrier between Mexico, a physical barrier between Mexico and the United States?
No. My claim is the wall is not the answer. We have to do other things to bring that order and to have very well regulated border activities. But that's precisely done through the bill that is in Congress, through the law, and through economic measures. If Trump decides to go a trade war with Mexico, imagine what that will produce. Number one, to United States, because you would have to pay for your Volkswagen or for your Ford little car in the United States 40% more than what you're paying for that car today.
Right.
So it's incredible.
President Fox, I don't mean to interrupt. I appreciate it. I get the trade war piece of it. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time and your input, and hope to speak with you again as the campaign rolls on this fall.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. Paisanos, I'm with you all the way. Keep going. Keep working hard. Keep being Americans. Keep being U.S. citizens. And keep being Mexican citizens and Mexican culture. I'm with you.
Thank you, Vicente Fox. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Plenty of sunshine, but we're going to have heat and humidity joining us today. High of 91 degrees. And then early this evening, a shower or thunderstorm. And with that's going to bring some cooler temperatures, less humidity. And tomorrow looks absolutely gorgeous for the golf outing at the Bolingbrook Golf Club. We're going to have plenty of sunshine and cooler, a high of 75 degrees. Anything pleasant on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Not as pleasant as those Guanajuato tunnels, Amy. The Kennedy's a mess. The exit to eastbound Congress is now closed for construction till June 23rd. The Ohio feeder is jammed, partially as a result of that. It is an hour and 15 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. The express lanes will save 7 or 8 minutes. Outbound, 50 minutes downtown to the airport. The Edens, 35 minutes either way between Lake Cook and the Junction. The Ike, an hour and 25 from Thorndale to downtown. Outbound, an hour and 8 minutes. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Veterans Memorial still very slow going. I-55 to St. Charles and Army Trail to 290. The other tollway still heavy too. Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
I'll let you in on a little secret, Amy.
Yeah?
Dad doesn't want another mug for Father's Day. He doesn't want
a WIND logoed T-shirt.
No, here's what you get him.
What
He doesn't want another coffee mug. Doesn't want another logo T-shirt, collecting dust, sitting on his desk. Get him something practical. Get him a shaving kit from Harry's.com. For the past month, I've been shaving with products from Harry's.com, and it's made a huge difference for me. I'm a busy guy, man about town, raconteur, bon vivant. So shaving could be a real chore for me, but not with Harry's. Their blades are super sharp. They stay sharp, and I'm getting a close, comfortable shave. That's just the kind of thing you need to give your dad on Father's Day. Their shave kits start at just $15, and you can even customize it for the father in your life. But hurry up, time is almost up, and here's what I can do for you. Such a giver. Go to Harry's.com and use the promo code PROFT. When you do that, you'll get $5 off your first purchase, but you've got to use the promo code PROFT at Harry's.com. That's Harry's, HARRYS.com. Stop settling for anything less than a shave from Harry's.com.
No matter what type of business you're in, having a strong business banking partnership can help your bottom line. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We strongly believe that trust, service, and relationship are the cornerstone of a successful business banking partnership. Customers like Robert Weissite of Robert C. Weissite Company agree.
I appreciate the depth of experience my Cornerstone banker brings to the table. Last June, we located a building we wanted to buy for expansion. My Cornerstone banker walked me through everything I could expect to face in advance, from the letter of intent all the way through the day of closing. It went very smooth and predictably and with low stress. He had been through this type of transaction many times, and his years of experience helped me make my purchasing experience predictable, efficient, and successful.
Thanks, Bob. Please visit cornerstonenb.com, or I invite you to give me a call at 847-654-3000 to explore a business banking partnership.
Equal Opportunity Lender. Member FDIC.
Oh, like all parents, I'm always looking for something fun to do with the kiddies. And I have a great suggestion. Wow, not that. But go to Donley's Wild West Town. It's a Western...
That'll scare the kids.
I know. It's a Western theme park just a short drive from Chicago in Union, Illinois. It's open every day from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. One admission fee includes everything. This is fun that everyone in the family can experience together. And really, there's nothing else like it. Rides, attractions, panning for gold, shooting slingshots, and a Wild West show. A museum, a petting zoo, great food, and a lot more. Parents, grandparents, kids, everyone will enjoy a day together at Wild West Town. It's interactive family fun, so check out the details at wildwesttown.com. That's wildwesttown.com. And what a great outing for groups like daycares, church groups, anybody. Wild West Town, open every day from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Wild West Town, it's good old-fashioned family fun. Hee-haw! Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Best-selling author Brad Thor joins us to talk about the massacre in Orlando at 8:38.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. 72 degrees. The wife of the Orlando gunman could face charges for not reporting the pending attack. Media reports say a federal grand jury could charge Noir Solomon with accessory to murder in the deadliest mass shooting in U.S. history. Stadium formerly known as the Orlando Citrus Bowl will be made a relief site this morning for those impacted by Sunday's nightclub massacre.
So in partnership with the federal, state, local, and community agencies, we are today opening the City of Orlando Family Assistance Center.
That's Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer. A French security official says police and anti-terror investigators have been alerted to the possibility that small groups of extremists have left Syria to try and penetrate France and Belgium with plans to stage attacks. Search teams have been working through the night to try to find the toddler who was snatched by an alligator at a Walt Disney World resort.
The father was there nearby, and the child was playing in the water, just a foot or so into the water, and the alligator came up and attacked.
Orange County, Florida Sheriff Jerry Demings. No comment yet from a meeting between Hillary Clinton and rival Bernie Sanders. It took place after yesterday's primary in Washington, D.C. Charges are pending here in Chicago against a man captured on video being kicked in the head by a Chicago police officer. Shaquille O'Neal was taken into custody after police found heroin on his person. Governor Bruce Rauner says many bond buyers are backing his pro-business changes that he's pushing. The Republicans saying that taking on more debt for Illinois, despite its worst-in-the-nation credit rating, is appropriate because all of that money is for improvements in roads and bridges. Cubs over the Nationals 4-3. Tigers beat the White Sox 11-8. The news service of CiCi's Pizza. Can you believe it? CiCi's now has 3 stuffed crust pizzas, original pepperoni, new pretzel, and new bacon stuffed. Try them all and your other CiCi's favorites for $5 and change. The CiCi's buffet just got better. Believe it. 8:32. We'll have an update next on traffic and weather right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Gallagher reacts to the Orlando terrorist attack.
There's got to be some common ground here between looking the other way, turning a blind eye to somebody who might very well do what this monster, this savage, this horrible terrorist did, and appreciating and accepting those Muslims who aren't willing to support or condone this in any way, shape, or form.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Can you grow your business? Goose your bottom line? GoDaddy can help with website design, online marketing tools, and 24/7 expert advice. Go you. GoDaddy.
Congratulations to all who took the Balance of Nature New Year's Challenge. Success stories are pouring in. So many people have been helped through this incentive that I have asked Balance of Nature to continue this challenge for as long as possible.
I'll tell you what, this stuff is great. I haven't gotten sick. Everybody around me is coming down with that laryngitis, and it seems like it's all over the country. It's like a respiratory tract infection, and people lose their voice, and then it goes away, and then it comes back like 2 weeks later, and it's worse. I teach in a school. Half the teachers here, are sick. They're miserable, and I haven't gotten sick, and I swear it's this stuff. It's this fruits and veggies I'm taking.
Good health is just a phone call away. What are you waiting for? Call now and take the health challenge to get a free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
CertaPro painters are here for every stage of your life, from moving into a new home, creating the ideal nursery, to reinventing your living space. CertaPro painting experts create the perfect setting while you do life. They came to our home and brightened our walls and our moods so very quiet they wouldn't wake a baby. But the best part? They clean up after themselves so you don't have to do it. And now that spring is here, it is the perfect time to spruce up your home's exterior. Take a look at your home. Do you see chipping, peeling, fading? Well, leave it to CertaPro painting experts to refresh, renew, and protect your biggest investment, your home. Now is the time to call for your free estimate and schedule your exterior painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA, 1-800-GOCERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Or visit CertaPro.com today. CertaPro.com. CertaPro painters, we do painting, you do life. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated.
If you could quickly and painlessly clear your psoriasis or vitiligo, would you?
No matter how big the psoriasis is, no matter how small the psoriasis, we can help you.
Ashley is a clinical specialist for Extract, the amazing in-office treatment for psoriasis and vitiligo that's clinically proven to show immediate results with up to 95% clearance.
What my patients love most about the Extract treatments is it's safe, it's FDA cleared, and they're seeing results very quickly.
End the embarrassing, painful patches and discoloration with Extract. There's no medications, no topical ointments, and virtually no side effects. Extract uses light to transform your skin and change your life. It's covered by all major insurances and Medicare, and will help you find a doctor close by.
I love what I do. I love coming in every day and making a difference in patients' lives. It's amazing.
Call now to live Extract Clear. Call 800-978-3554. That's 800-978-3554. 800-978-3554, or visit xtracradio.com. Qualified patients, certain restrictions apply.
8:36 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the Edens, inbound delay start at Peterson. 35 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 30. The Kennedy, an hour and 15 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. The exit to eastbound Congress is closed till the 23rd. Outbound 50 minutes downtown to O'Hare. The Eisenhower is an hour and a half from Thorndale to downtown. An hour and 10 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 45 minutes to Manheim, an hour and 8 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, 1 hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40 minutes. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound slow from the Adams Tollway to Balmoral. Northbound from Cicero to 31st, and from the Cermak Toll most of the way to Balmoral. Reagan Tollway delays are heavy from Farnsworth all the way to Roosevelt with a crash on the right shoulder. Westbound slow York to Myers. Veterans Memorial slow I-55 to Roosevelt, and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Clouds have broken this morning, leaving behind a hot and humid midday with strong thunderstorms possible later today, high 91. 74 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 9. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by M.J. Miller & Company Jewelers. June is all about pearls at M.J. Miller in downtown Barrington.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy,
Mi llamo Amy. Since we had the president of Mexico on, Vicente Fox.
¿Cómo te llamas?
Me llamo Amy, ¿y tú? And you?
Me llamo Danielle.
No. Yeah, no.
Why?
Danielle.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Feeling a
Hey,
little
hola.
peckish.
Hola.
So you want to talk about going from the Omega to the Alpha. So we go from former Mexican President Vicente Fox at the top of the hour to Brad Thor, New York Times bestselling author, of course, friend of the show, at the bottom of the hour. His latest book, you read the Harvath novels, don't you, Amy?
Oh, yes. Right after I get done with my TWA 800 book that I just got.
I'm still waiting.
Which I read on planes.
I'm still waiting for the call. My big break in Hollywood is for me to play Scott Harvath, the protagonist in the Brad Thor novels when they're optioned into movies.
Okay, don't hold your breath, but you can still
I think it's
hold
down,
on to a dream.
I think it's down to me, Daniel Craig, and Idris Elba. And I think I got the inside track. I do my own stunts. Brad Thor joins us now. Brad, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Well, good morning. Great to be back on with you.
I got a question for you, Brad.
Yeah.
The left, the last 48 hours, particularly with the president's speech yesterday, has really focused on guns in the wake of the horrific massacre in Orlando, as is their wont. They did the same San Bernardino and the Boston Marathon bombing, even though it was pressure cookers, and so on and so forth. And they focus on guns and not the gunmen, terror, the instrumentality of terror and not the terrorists. I wonder if they would focus on affiliation if, for example, most of the members who've committed these atrocities all had membership in the Tea Party in common. Do you think they would move beyond the weapons into the affiliation if it was mostly Tea Party members committing these horrific acts?
We know absolutely they would. I don't know if you remember this, but right after the Aurora, Colorado theater shooting, Brian Ross of ABC went online and Googled James Holmes and found James Holmes, who was not the shooter, who was a Tea Party guy, and then started trumpeting the Tea Party fact. Listen, everything I've seen online says that this guy, the shooter, the Omar Mateen in Orlando, was a registered Democrat. In fact, there's some talk about how he was trying to give there was something I saw, a headline this morning saying are there any other black people in here you've suffered enough, kind of a thing. It's saying he wouldn't get jobs because he's Muslim. There's all the typical kind of liberal grievance theater that you see that seems to be inside this guy. I think he's a listen, you have to be super disturbed to do this. The ideology is one thing, but there's a lot of other red flags on this guy. What a horrible thing to have happen to those poor people in Orlando. My heart breaks for them and their families and their friends.
But it's just a string of events. His ex-wife, he allegedly abused her, but she never filed a police report. His former coworker, said he was crazy and would make claims that he wants to kill people. He never filed anything. So then the FBI, too, twice they interviewed him, and nothing could stop this guy. He wasn't even on the no-fly list.
Well, and you're right. Listen, we live in a country where you are innocent until proven guilty, and we are a republic, not a democracy. We are a republic, and what sets us apart is that we're a nation of laws. So I've got no faults for the FBI here. I do, though, think people ought to be discussing domestic violence, particularly with the ex-wife who left him after 4 months and said he had repeatedly beaten her because, and listen, it is extremely difficult for a woman to summon the courage in some instances to go ahead and then bring a complaint against a husband for domestic violence. I am not saying that it just is an easy thing. No way, no shape, no form. It is a case-by-case basis, and it takes tremendous courage to stand up to a horrible spouse like that. If the ex-wife, though, had filed a domestic violence complaint, there's something called the Lautenberg Amendment, which would have meant that this guy would have never been able to buy firearms.
And I said that several times, and people said no, because that's a misdemeanor, not a felony.
Well, no. It's domestic violence. Domestic violence is the issue.
Domestic violence is that with a misdemeanor, it will prevent you from getting those weapons. But anybody who wants them is going to find them.
Well, that's it.
But he would have gotten a job as a security guard, which was a government subcontractor. I don't think he would have gotten that security guard job.
He might not have. He would have found something else. The the terror attack in the nightclub in Orlando had nothing to do with his job. It's such a horrible thing, and of course we all want to say, how do we prevent something like that from happening again? What could we have done differently? There's one impediment. Had the ex-wife or the current wife done a domestic violence thing, but this wife, I think she's going to get indicted. I'm telling you right now, the current wife, you don't impanel a grand jury as a prosecutor if you don't think you've got the goods, because a grand jury will indict a ham sandwich.
And it's usually been the case in these horrific terrorist attacks that it wasn't strictly a lone gunman, so to speak, that person had help, and perhaps that's the case here as well. But I want to go back to something else you said about not holding the FBI responsible. I mean, it wasn't just the wife, the victim of domestic violence, the ex-wife. You go back in his history, a fifth grade classmate says he threatened to shoot up the school, kill everybody he didn't like on campus. There's reports that he cheered the 9/11 terrorist attacks going back 15 years. There are questions about trips to Saudi Arabia and how they were financed. Now there's renewed scrutiny on the mosque in Orlando and his relationship with the American-born Syrian suicide bomber. So it seems to me there was a lot of kind of red flags that were raised throughout the last decade and a half. And when the FBI investigates, and I'm reticent to criticize them too, because I don't even have a concept of the difficulty of their job. But I know you talk to law enforcement a lot, you talk to military a lot in terms of research for your book, so you probably have a better understanding. But I mean, all of that information, and they looked at him twice, and they never strung it together. They never kind of went down a layer or two. Doesn't that call into question how the FBI is doing its job?
No, I don't think at the time the FBI was, unless there was something there, Dan, that said that he was going to go and commit this attack, you're free to be a jackass in this country. You're free to have unpopular opinions. I mean, this guy can be friends with idiots. I mean, that's the big red flag right there, that he had a buddy that went and blew himself up in Syria. That's a really big thing. But, he wasn't saying, I'm going to go, that I know of as an adult, I'm going to go to this nightclub and I'm going to shoot up a bunch of people, or I am going to go blow something up. I mean, that's the thing. I got a lot of friends at the FBI. They are some of the straightest arrows, the most law and order people that want to protect this country, and they are stretched thin. That's the other thing. They are so stretched thin there, and they are doubling down on their efforts. If you knew some of these incredible men and women, it would give you.
I don't dispute that. I'm just thinking about, kind of the process and the approach they take to these matters. And part of the discussion has to be the job they have to do versus the resources they have. And so this goes to essentially, President Obama wanting to bring 200,000 Syrian refugees in here that we have no paperwork on. We don't know who these people are or what they intend to do. And the FBI, there's just not the resources to do this. Jeff Sessions mentioned this week 570 individuals, mostly Muslims, have been convicted or indicted on terrorist-related activities since 9/11. So I'm not saying the FBI isn't doing a great job, but it's just trying to get a handle on the magnitude of the job, plus the resources, plus the protocols, and say, how do we better address these matters?
Well, and absolutely. And I would argue that instead of bringing the Syrian refugees in and pumping tons of money into them, why don't we just take all that money and put it at the FBI to help them increase their resources so that they can keep us safe from the people that are already here? Let's not import potential problems. Let's focus on cleaning up what we've got here, because there's open FBI investigations into ISIS sympathizers in all 50 states. Right. That's an issue. And until that gets closed out, I'm kind of, let's lock the front door for a little bit.
So finding out what the wife knew when she knew it, we know that she's Palestinian. She came here from Jordan in August of 2006. She actually lived in Oak Lawn in Berwyn and then moved to Florida to be with him. But think of the fact that she didn't just drive around the corner. She drove with him for 2 hours in her car to scope out the Pulse nightclub. And I was wondering, do you think he targeted Pulse because he got caught going there and needed to come up with some reason why he'd been traveling to Orlando to a gay club? Or do you think she was part of this plan?
Well, no, you're hearing from gay patrons that said he was actively trying to pick up men in that club. And, we've seen this throughout, the the handful of decades that I've been around, you find that some of the people who are most vehemently opposed to gay people, then all of a sudden you find out they themselves are gay. This can be, listen, there's something wrong with this guy. There's something wrong with anybody that would go out and commit an act of terrorism. That's right there. But I think there's other things in addition to kind of the terrorist ideology that's wrong with this guy. The ex-wife said he was deeply traumatized, deeply disturbed, bipolar. I mean, she had nothing but bad things to say about his mental state. So this is a bad issue, but we've got to lean into all of this because we're not at war with the Irish. It's not people from Beverly, south of Chicago that are looking to blow up airplanes and do all that kind of stuff. We need to call this what it is, Islamic terrorism. I wouldn't even call it radical.
Yeah, I think, but he's a loser, and I think he was just trying to prove something to Daddy. I mean, honestly, if you listen to all the accounts, he was a loser. He wasn't social. He was always an outcast in elementary school, always acted crazy. And
What does that have to do with being radicalized?
Was he radicalized? They're still looking online. They have a cell phone that they grabbed from the scene to check to see if you got a directive from somebody overseas.
What? You don't need a directive to be radicalized, do you?
I don't know. I mean, was he working with somebody who financed it?
Well, there's been 90 ISIS cases that have gone to court, and in 75% of them here in the U.S., it involved 2 to 10 people at least. So the idea of the lone wolf thing, I'm still looking for additional players in the San Bernardino attack. I think there's signs there that those two weren't alone. So I think we're going to find out more about this. But my concern is that we're going to be under a state of siege like Israel. We've had San Bernardino now. We had Amarillo, Texas, that just happened yesterday at the Walmart. We've got Orlando. I think this is going to be something that we all need to be very concerned and watchful about in our daily lives, that we're not walking into something like this, whether it's me in Nashville or it's somebody downtown on Michigan Avenue. People have to pay attention. We're living in a new age, sadly.
So let me ask you this. I know you're no fan of Trump, and I'm not a particular fan of him either. But what do you make of his proposals, the temporary ban on immigration from state sponsors of terror, effectively, plus increased scrutiny over mosques like perhaps that mosque in Orlando?
Well, listen, I think you've got obviously First Amendment issues as far as the mosques are concerned, and that's a big conversation to discuss. In France, they are very, very aggressive with monitoring every sermon, recording it and everything. Banning immigration, putting a pause on immigration is something I was talking about even before the primaries. There had been a great article about it, but where Trump doesn't go far enough on that is to say, here's what the pause would do. The pause potentially would tick off good Muslims who couldn't get here to their businesses, to get to their investments, things like that. Investments meaning they got to come check on stuff. I don't mean freezing assets. If Trump would say, listen, it's going to tick off good Muslims who then can't get here, so they're sitting at home in their Muslim countries, and they know who the radicals are, the nephews, the neighbors, the radical mosque. Maybe that will stir them up to start pushing the radicals into a reformation. If you could anger enough good Muslims, maybe that's a good outcome from a ban.
All right. He is Brad Thor, of course, a best-selling author. The new book, the new Scott Harvath action novel, is Foreign Agent, now available. Also, you can also thank, if you live in Chicago like Amy and I do, you can thank Brad Thor for your property tax bill going up by 13% because he left Chicago to go to Nashville and he's not paying his fair share in Chicago anymore.
Well, if you bump into Rahm, please give him a kiss for me and tell him I do not miss him at all. Tiny Dancer, you can kiss my sweet Tennessee butt.
All right, Brad Thor, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
All right, bye-bye.
He joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine right now and heat and humidity, a high today of 91 degrees. Early this evening, a shower or thunderstorm, and then things are going to cool down for tomorrow. Just great for our golf outing. Plenty of sunshine, a high of 75. Jim, tell us about the traffic.
It's brutal on the inbound Eisenhower, Amy and Dan. It's an hour and a half from Thorndale to downtown, an hour and 10 minutes from Manheim. Outbound, 40 minutes to Manheim, and an hour 5 to Thorndale. Eden still heavy at 35 minutes. Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 30. Kennedy, an hour and 10 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 40 minutes from Montrose, 30 in the Express. The Ohio feeder's jammed. Outbound 55 minutes downtown to the airport. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55. Make it an hour 10 now, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound just 37 minutes. The Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57 bottled up, 127th to 107th. The crash in the two left lanes. Northbound Tri-State stop and go Cicero to 31st and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial, slow Boughton to Roosevelt and Army Trail to 290. Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Oh, business owners, I want you to stop and think about the one part of your organization that you simply cannot live without. What comes to mind? Your employees, your location, your customers? How about your technology? Let's face it, everything rests on your network running smoothly and efficiently, and that's where Turnkey IT comes in. They understand the value of your network and the critical role it plays in your company. They'll keep your network up and running and resolve any problems so you can focus on the important things. Turnkey IT's team of professionals will respond to you quickly. They won't roll their eyes when you ask them questions or try to dazzle you with confusing technical jargon. So this spring, Turnkey IT is offering a free security audit. That's right. Even if you have an IT guy, this free security audit will help you understand if they're keeping your data safe from viruses and hackers. So visit turnkey.pro today to schedule your free security audit and mention that Amy sent you. Again, that's turnkey.pro, turnkey.pro.
Now that spring has arrived, it's likely you're looking forward to the warmer weather. But if you're a business owner, facilities manager, or maintenance engineer, you risk the same potential problem every year. A complete system failure. In fact, up to half of all commercial air conditioning units fail upon startup each season due to the lack of regular maintenance and repair. Let the professionals at Air Comfort make a comprehensive assessment of your mechanical system before there's a problem. A poorly operating air conditioning system results in uneven temperatures and humidity problems, leading to unhealthy mold and mildew growth. Don't compromise your business's overall air quality. Schedule today with Air Comfort. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Even if you're under contract with another provider, let Air Comfort provide your second opinion. After all, there's a reason why hundreds of businesses have trusted Air Comfort with their mechanical maintenance for more than 80 years. That's Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935.
Many of you own or manage growing companies. You know that your entire business depends on your phones. If phone service provider struggles to deliver your calls, it can mean lost revenue. It's often the case with an outdated phone system. The solution, well, it's a company that we use here at AM 560. Innovative Networks is that company. They excel at providing innovative solutions to reinforce your company's phone infrastructure and enhance call flow. We truly appreciate how comprehensive, diligent, and cost-effective Innovative Networks was in providing solutions that scale as our business expands. Innovative Networks can even replace your outdated phone system at no cost and provide hands-on training to maximize your capabilities. You'll save money and be more focused on growing your business. Here at AM 560, we're thrilled with Innovative Networks, so follow our lead and call Innovative Networks at 312-453-7777. They're rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call 312-453-7777. or visit go4inet.com. That's go, the number 4, I-N-E-T, as in phone home.com.
I have struggled with irritable bowel syndrome for 40 years. Really struggled with it. And I want you to know that since I have been taking Balance of Nature, I don't have it anymore. After 40 years, I'm 75 years old, and after 40 years of struggling with this, and, early on taking all kinds of medication and this, that, and the other thing, back in October, I was able to cancel my appointment with the gastroenterologist. Your products have made my life. They have improved the quality of my life so tremendously. I can't be grateful enough. So please thank you all, and please, if you ever have a chance to, please thank Dr. Howard.
Good health is just a phone call away. What are you waiting for? Call now and take the health challenge to get a free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
If you think all banks are the same, it's time to think about Signature Bank Chicago. I'm Pete Olson, head of commercial banking at Signature Bank, where the people who own the bank operate the bank. Not in an abstract way, but in the same hands-on, personalized way that you run your business. We don't rely on a legion of business developers to find new relationships. We don't trust an outsourced phone bank to address your customer service needs, and we don't delegate decision-making to some anonymous credit committee that you'll never meet. We do everything we can to help you succeed, because if you don't succeed, we don't succeed. Call us today to see the Signature Bank difference.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Are you or someone you know facing foreclosure, losing the family home? You'd be not alone. See, people, we are in the aftermath of what is being revealed to have been the greatest financial crime spree in history, perpetrated by the Wall Street investment banks smuggling and packaging mortgages, and continuing this day by the mortgage servicers that service the mortgages. I'm Lou Bridges. I have a law firm I put together. We defend foreclosure actions. We help people do strategic defaults, short sales, and modifications that include restructuring. Call us for a free consultation. We'll tell you what to look for in hiring a foreclosure defense attorney. We'll tell you some of your options. We'll give you a free consultation. But whatever you do, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you'll never be alone.
Call 224-513-1231.